Knock, knock. Who's there? The end who? Tuna, this isn't a very funny joke. The end is within reach. Okay. Still not funny. I don't get the punchline. It's funny because it's like I'm kind of like it's not really even the final card because we'll have redeems, but it's okay. It's supposed to be motivational, but it was a bad knock-knock joke. Knock, knock. Who's there? The end. The end is within reach. It's just not. It's not that funny, you know. Anyway. It's a good motivational statement. True. Oh, man. I don't know why I'm tired. I slept well last night. I think I'm just like 30 hours behind on sleep, probably. That's my guess. I need a nap today for sure. But I also need to mow my lawn and do like 30 other things. So, you know. God, my brain is just like moving so slow right now. Just multitask, nap while mowing lawn. Great idea. I should do that. I don't have a riding mower. I've got a push mower. Makes it a lot harder to nap while mowing. I wonder how much it is for a riding mower. I don't even know where I'd put it though. That's the biggest problem. Just hire someone to do it for me. Never have to do it ever again. With the money I don't have, you know? Maybe that's what I'll ask for Christmas. Someone to mow my lawn for me. All right. We'll go here for a second. I feel like I'm missing things. Well, for one, no, I have chat linked. I just have to put it on here. Here we go. How you doing today, Tuna? How's life? What do we have to do? Let me actually pull up whatever. Frustrated. Why are you frustrated? Is it because Toot didn't stream this morning? When he said he was gonna stream at 9? Which was later than 8, and then he didn't stream? Is that why? Yo, 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 yo. What up, Nez? What are you doing today? Technically, we're drawing the last of the old god cards. Sort of. So we have we have one more card to draw, and then we have the final week, which is going to be redeems. If people want to redeem a card, I think I'm going to lower some of the prices just a little bit. And then so people will have a chance to get a card in the game if they want to. And then it will be, and then that will be it. So I think that's and then there, yeah, no more cards for until I decide whether this game's worth to continue pursuing, as far as like, you know, making more and more cards, is more or less the answer to that. But played the original Portal. The additional levels are so clunky. That's fair. I don't know. I don't remember if I played the additional levels, but yeah. What a great game, soured by poor difficulty implementation. I see. Well, go play Portal 2 instead, I guess. I feel like I didn't realize they had extra levels in Portal. Questing. Congrats, it's a huge milestone. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy. So let's go here. But welcome on in, Nez. How are you? How's life? I like that reaction. Ooh, oh, wow. I don't know how you pronounce. Oh, whoa. Anyway, this would be it. Do you think you'll take a break and make some fun stuff? Probably. I don't know exactly yet. I mean, this is kind of the tentative thing. Honestly, I don't know. So basically, actually, we have one more card, a singular card. It is a monster. We have a monster to draw. Then next week will be Redeem Week, where everyone will have a chance to get their cards in. While we do that, we'll probably also be working on game mechanics, because there's a bunch of mechanics that we need to work on. One for all the new cards that we added, and two for just some of the other stuff. Following week, honestly, probably is just finishing up the stuff we started, like drawing the cards and whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then probably chilling after that. And then maybe doing an event. I don't know exactly what the event is. I kind of really want to do chat makes a game. So basically chat would give me a bunch of stuff. Like art and game mechanics and all that stuff, and I'd put a game together, kind of is the idea. Like I'm the project manager, and they're my peons, my minions. But I don't know. That's the thoughts. I don't know exactly what we're doing. And then maybe we'll work on Blackridge a little bit, and then we'll finally probably do like packaging and all that kind of stuff, so we can get armies on Game Crafter, so people can buy it for, like, you know, its initial launch. If it does well, then we maybe we'll do a relaunch at some point on Kickstarter. But anyway, let me catch up here. I can't play the second game before I 100% the first one. It's a rule and habit I have. Well, there you go. That's crazy. That's dedication right there. I suppose Tuna is a very dedicated person. My eyes are crusty, just woke up and my body feels sore. I thought, had a tough night eeping. Yeah, I get that. I honestly slept really well, but I'm still exhausted, so I don't know what's going on. I fell asleep early, or not early, basically right after the call we had, and then I just was like, I don't know. I slept till 8, and I was like, okay, that was a good night's sleep, and now I'm just exhausted. So I think I'm just behind on sleep. I wanted to do something like that. Yeah, I thought it'd be cool. I had an idea at one point where I'd do that, and then and then like bring that game to another community. So like do a collab where it's like you start a game and then go to another community and they all add their art and you work on it with like, it's a collab, like where you work on it together, and then I'll go to like another creator and do that. That was an idea I had, but I don't know if that would, I don't know. I'm not sure how that would work yet, but it could be cool. I actually recorded stuff on an episode where my community would choose what to implement next in the next vid. Yeah, that'd be cool. Or you said you did record stuff. That's cool. Good stuff. Good morning, my little... Ooh, I don't even know what that is. Ootsies? I don't even know. Yeah, like 2 years ago, but never edited it. Ah, classic. I've been there. I have a video that like I really need to get done and put out, but I haven't edited it also. I recorded the audio and whatnot. It's another one of my like, I don't know. I guess it's like devlog / video essay kind of thing. I kind of like do hybrids, which I think is a better format for getting popular. But by the way, are heroes and monsters still gonna be 35K next week? I'm doing the calculations. I think so. I think they kind of have to be, because I think I drop heroes to 35K, structures to 25K, and lands to, or yeah, lands to and spells to 15K. I think is what I do, but I don't know. And then, because I don't want to necessarily just make it like, oh yeah, okay, time to do a ton of cards if people have already redeemed cards, but I want to give people the option to like get a card in the game if they hadn't already, and yeah. Well, I gotta get up so I can also be productive. Had so many ideas for art today. Hell yeah, do it, Nez. Do it. Get that shit done. It was a good seeing you here, though. Or does that mean you're leaving, or does that mean you're I don't know. I just assumed that was, never mind. My brain's tired. Anyway, good luck on your work, whether you're hanging out here or not, I guess. It's a French swear word. Okay, good. I'm glad. Oh, crap. Jesus. Thunder, what the hell? Oh, it's a king of cracker that people eat at church. Oh, I called you my little cracker. Jesus. What in the hell? By the way, Tune already asked that. Anyway. I feel like it's more a slur than a swear word, is it not? It's wild. Anyway. A slur against white people, which is, you know. Here we are. Thunder just making me say shit. Anyway, let's it's kind of racist, Thunder, that's what I'm saying. Here we are. Anyway. Hates the what now? Oh. What? Oh. I don't know, man. Thunder just came in here in a wild mood. Sure, okay, that's what I thought. I read that as a different word at first. They hate Chuck. Chuck McGill. Yeah. Is it racist really? I'm white af. Yeah, I suppose it's the classic. It's of course. Hello, Toot. What are you doing here, Toot? Don't you have a stream to do? I'm just giving you a hard time. God, I'm tired. Okay, I just got back. Having a little snack. You're a little snack. Ugh. I'm just giving you a hard time. Word. Oh God, I'm tired. Why am I so tired? But I'm late tired. Oh, hello, kitten. Okay, goodbye. All right, y'all. We got one more monster to draw. DDP, hello, welcome in. How you doing? All right, so I think the only thing we have written about this monster is that it is a mini boss. Comparable to Rift Spawner power level wise. Good thing we have references and effects for this guy, do we? I guess we have a bunch written down, but we don't have a specific one. Card that attacks strongest and second strongest, which is interesting. Card that attacks strongest and weakest. Card or attacks for the strength of the highest minion. Oh, this is if we switch it to Oblivion's deck. I think we are going with the top one as the one we kind of tried. Oh my God, did you just quote from Albino Black Sheep? I sure did. I'm a little tired. We'll have a nap, then fire the missiles. Anyway. Oh, right. Yeah, we said a giant crocodile-looking guy. Yeah, originally I thought that was like the land guy, so I'm just trying to think about that. Hey, what are you doing? Wish there wasn't so much glare. Well, there we are. You have him big claws for double attack. Makes sense. Yeah. Big meaty claws. Because how does he double attack with his big? I mean, maybe it's the old slash and chomp. I do like the idea. I'm trying to think. Yeah, let's just roll with it. Don't overthink it. It'll be show us your double attack, and I'm good. What the heck is this guy called? Crocomire? The thing I like most about this reference is the eyes. The body, I feel like we could do something different on. I don't want to, like... Yeah. Dual-wielding guns. Yeah, of course. Don't Crocs do the crazy drop and roll super effective against most things? Maybe? Give him a bunch of eyes. I feel like that's really interesting aspect of Croc. Yeah, I that's what I was saying before I even read what you said. It's crazy. It's wild. And I can name other characters that do it too. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to envision something in my brain. Originally, when you mentioned this, I was thinking it being like part of the other, like the Hivevine group, so I was imagining it like albino-esque, but I'm trying to like fully put this in my brain without it being just like a copycat. The death roll, that's awesome. It's pretty sick. I also think I want this to be a somewhat larger creature. Look up OPM Rover. If you say so. Oh, okay. Actually, I like this better because Null kind of has a bunch of the shadow creatures in the deck. So we could just make like one that looks like Ravager. That's like has just a bunch of eyes. A One Punch Man, that makes so much more sense. I just watched Nimona last night. Please, no more Ravagers. Too bad. They haunt my dreams. Nope. Too late. Well, her at the end, not to give spoilers, but that look is also cool. Like kind of along the same lines, you know? Yeah, cause Null's deck has Ravager and Shade, and I believe it also will have the death caps or whatever we called them. That's not what we called them. Shadow caps? Shadowling? No. Caplings. Caplings, that's the word. Sorry, it took me a bit to figure it out. So maybe having another creature that looks like this, like one of these two, which would also be just like incredibly easy to draw, but just a big shadow guy with a bunch of eyes. I think that's kind of a good one. Yeah. Some big old sharp claws. Yeah, I can agree with that. Okay. Like, I think... Okay, I'm having cool ideas. It's taking a minute, but like this is like a really cool image, right? This is spoilers, sorry. This sort of composition where it's just kind of like destroying like a building, kind of dragon style, like destroying a castle kind of look. I don't know. kind of like that composition, that kind of idea. It doesn't really have a distinct animal form. Yeah. I kind of like that idea. Let's start sketching. See what happens. And it's like big. I do like the idea of it being like mini boss sized, right? Because like if we look at, well, I guess technically our spell siphoner is one of the mini bosses, but it's spell siphoner. I guess maybe a lot of the bosses are small. Or mini bosses. And monitor spell siphoner like human size, but respawner is massive. Oh, Shard Brute probably could be a mini boss, to be honest, but anyway, kind of like the idea of it being bigger. I do kind of like the idea of like, yeah, like a castle sort of thing. I'm gonna steal this composition for a minute. I don't want to oversteal though, because now I feel like I'm just copying. Because I do like the idea of like having a castle and then just like one claw just like murdering it. The problem with references, sometimes you just get like you're just like, ah, that's a good idea. I should take that. Let me steal that. Thing is, mini boss to world ender, so it makes sense that'd be huge. Yeah, I guess that's true. Maybe it's like a castle gate, like. I'm just trying to figure out the composition here a little bit. Anyway, how's everyone doing today? Tell me your life. What's new? Apologize for not asking right away. Brain is tired, sleepy boy. It's kind of an interesting perspective. It's kind of like top down. What if it's just like biting into the side of the building? Again, illustrating like the double attack thing. I'm making it worm-like again, but I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm kind of just drawing, and we'll see what happens. I think it'll be kind of like more ethereal-esque, like almost like a giant ghost-ish thing. Like it's made of like shadowy fire. And kind of is just like sweeping over the land. Feeling nostalgic today, I realized I should wishlist every game I ever wanted to see when they go on sale, and then went down memory lane and found a bunch. Heck yeah, nice. That's good. I don't think I like this circle eyes. I think I want to do... I mean, it looks kind of decent, but... I'm worrying this is, like, gonna look like, Maw, if I'm not careful. It's already kind of circular. I wonder if we make it, like, more... I don't even know. It's gonna be like scribbly eyes if we're doing like the shadow form. I don't know how I'm feeling about this. It obviously needs to be like refined more, but it's like an RTS view. My existence as a kid was just full of being obsessed about games that I couldn't play. I guess I kind of feel that. I understand that. This is anything? I feel like I don't like the look of the monster. Let me design a creature first, and then we'll figure out how to put it in an environment. I kind of don't want it to be like super. I think one of the things is like my big monsters are always kind of like this shape, you know, like they're like very circular. They're like a big old blob, right? Feeling better about this because it's more unique, but like, what kind of like body do you give like a weird shadow creature? I'm just wondering if it's like head and its body are like almost separate. Like entities. What if we do like a Haunter sort of style thing? Or is it Haunter? The right Pokemon? Haunter used Lick. How do you feel about that? Where it's like kind of like separate. I don't know. I'm just trying to understand what the creature is before we even put it in any sort of environment. What do you think you want to use for scale? I mean, I don't know. I was looking at this image, which is pretty cool, but I think it's gonna be kind of big. I do like the you know, castle in the background. Okay, no. Was it not even in English? I don't know. Had a bit of a silly concept. No silly ideas here. Not allowed. I didn't mean to close that. Agreed. Okay. It's kind of like a wraith looking shadow creature. I like how you just like were like, all right, you're right. I shouldn't say anything. I think that looks pretty cool. Having whip hands. Yeah, I don't know how I'd even... referencing me. I sort of. It's more like just like wispies. Unless you're talking about something else. I don't know. I didn't know. Grabbing hands. I think it's just something like this. I think this is a kind of cool idea. All right, but the question is, where do we put... I originally had this, but I feel like that perspective is kind of meh. I think we want like a top-down, like a looking up, which is such a hard perspective to do. I might just do buildings instead, but like a city street. Sorry, I'm pulling up some references. I don't know how to do this. My brain don't work no good. Yeah, see, this still looks like top down. You're smart. You're a fart smeller. You're a smart feller. Give yourself some credit. I tell you what. It's just tough. Perspective is just hard. That's all there is to it. I don't necessarily want the perspective to be like that. It's gonna be more like this. Which I guess helps. Sidewalk. Building. All right, we're gonna have to do what I did last time, where I just like find an image and sort of study the perspective here, because I'm trying to understand how to do this. This is a different one that I was looking at, but let me just do a study real quick for myself. Okay, so if we're trying to, this one's a little more complicated to do though. But I don't want it to be like directly down, like straight on either. I wonder if there's like a better, maybe like this one. Okay. Like this sort of perspective. How do I figure this out? I mean, is this 2-point perspective? Is that how that works? 2-point perspective. No, because 2-point perspective. Is it going in the opposite direction? God, my head hurts too much to figure this out. Let's see. So I guess there is just a vanishing point just over here, right? That's like your ground, whatever plane. In theory, it just keeps going back. It's kind of more like that. I'm drawing on top of the layer. I'm trying to understand. One must first understand. So eventually, in theory, it goes all the way back to nothingness. And then you'd have buildings. And they go to their own vanishing point. So it's almost like that. trying to like follow the lines for a second. Something along those lines. Literally along those lines. Okay, we'll use that as our guide. I like how the road is kind of winding. Into the distance. Okay. New layer. Actually, there's one other reference point I want to put in here. Where are like the buildings done? Like they kind of end over here. At least the ones in the that aren't in the background. They do kind of keep going, but you know, here we are, here we are, here we are. Okay. Do, 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 do. Just realized how overpowered a monster that only goes fast in straight lines would be in cities. Random thought I had. I suppose, yeah. It's like it just sprints at people. Destroying, creating havoc. It's actually really interesting. They added a, I wonder if it actually works, like, on this. Like, if I have a reference image, what's it called? Adobe Photoshop added a feature where you can, like, 3D rotate an object. I wonder if it works with something like this. Probably not. Probably needs to, like, be transparent and have a subject. Like, I wonder if you could just take this and, like, 3D rotate it. It might just make it a cube, to be honest. Oh, okay, no, I just selected the people. But in theory, you can just rotate the people around, which is kind of crazy. Isn't that pretty insane? I wonder if I wonder if it works. I wonder if we could do it. Sorry, this is just an experiment. Let's do. I have a feeling it's gonna get confused by my art style because it's clearly some sort of like AI something or other. But I wonder if I like. What happens if I do this? Can I 3D rotate beats? Oh, my cat's gone. She's been gone for forever. On the floor. Okay. It's 3D rotate. Actually, that's not too bad. I mean, obviously it looks like, you know, AI smush, but that's kind of crazy though. That's pretty crazy. That's actually like incredibly useful though. Even if like I just do this and then redraw, you know, right? Like if I just use this as a reference. Like that's kind of awesome. Oh no, my undersides. Oh, you know what's happening right now? Han. We have to do something for you. You could use it to make 3D models. Yeah, for sure. You could do like turnarounds with it. Han. Don't worry, Tuna. I got you. Don't worry, Tuna. I know you're worried, but I got you. Don't worry about it, okay? Breathe. I need you to breathe. I got you. Don't worry about it. I know what you need, and I've got you, okay? Now you can see his abs in 3D. Show me his butt. Okay, he got a little derpy, but oh, he's way too. Oh no, it shows his butt. It's just his back, but it looks like a butt. And he's also two-dimensional. Look at him. He's so much more derpy. Oh, you failed us, Photoshop. Okay, well, it works sometimes. At least he has an exposed back. Can you imagine just having a freaking sailor's coat like that and it just has an open back? That's funny. Oh, that's so funny. Apparently when you hit, yeah, I was gonna say when you hit like confirm, it like apparently makes the whatever. Try someone else. Who do you want me to do? Mermaid? Let's do mermaid. Tuna's other favorite card. We'll have to group it into a smart object. Where's smart object? I have a bad feeling about this one. This might turn out sus. I'm scared. Me too. It gets the not safe work tag. I'm sure it doesn't have nudity in the AI, like, whatever. It might not even allow me to. Oh, she's all blurry. It actually works pretty well. Look at that. Her hands are like off into the distance, but I mean, this isn't like for like what you could use it for, like rotate and then redraw. That could be like really, really, really useful. You know, I mean, her head looks like it's been like curse smashed, but yeah, I did this. It's crazy. I'm sure it's AI. I mean, like, look at like just how it looks, right? But the fact that you can 3D transform is pretty insane. I don't know how to get back to where we were. Whatever, either way. He's swimming. Whee! Your art style works really well in 3D. Yeah, actually, it's kind of surprising, right? Well, I mean, not really, right? Because it's basic 3D shapes, right? Like, it's like the style's like, here's an octagon and a circle, right? A sphere. Can I just 3D out? Can I do this? Oops. Okay, it has to be a smart object. No, I'm just having fun. I meant to like check this out. I could see actual 3D video game in the style. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. I needed a break from monster design. Actually, more I needed a break from perspective. Here we go. Ready? Oh. She's got two faces. Nope, this one did not work. I feel like the more complex it is, like it works a little bit if you, whatever, but they're a little flat on some of them. The hair looks really good. Like the hair and the belts look really good, but like the fact that it's like the same on both sides is kind of funny. This one looks like a Cookie Run cookie. I can see that. I don't know the exact reference, but I understand what you're saying. Scott. Okay, one more. Let's do one more simple one. Let's just do like... Let's try a cleric. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say a simpler one I'm curious about. My line quality looks like so different, honestly, from like newer ones to older ones. Oh wait, I have to do smart object. Convert to smart object. What if you can alter like the... Hello? Why you no let me? It's broken. Let me close some of the other ones. Might be confused. Why is it going away? I think it might be up top too. Is there a button? Why is it not letting me 3D rotate? Image. All right, hold on. Let me just restart Photoshop because I think it's just being dumb. No. No. Paper Mario-esque, yeah. No ad's about to start. We'll do the cleric and then I'll go take a break from the ad. Oh, we're already in the ad. What in the hell? Oh, you know, I wonder if it's the background thing. Convert to smart object. Control Shift T. Yeah, rotate object. Okay, it was just being buggy. It was being beetle buggy. Yeah, that's way better. The simpler, well, her like shawl thing is in front of her instead of like whatever. The shape is right? Like, I feel like this would be the shape of the whole thing, but her little shawl thing is just like pasted in front. Darn it, I just realized WR could have done emotes and little guys. WR. Oh, we could have done emotes and little guys. Like with this? Oh, like the rotate. I'm afraid how little guys would look. Okay, now I'm just having fun. All right, one little guy. Hold on. I really should take my break though. We're just gonna do the Turnip King, because obviously, you know. The Turnip King's the OG little guy, so it feels right. I have the feeling the crown's gonna be like pasted on the front. Yeah, that's not actually bad. But look, like the fact that it like knows those are like going back is crazy. Like that's pretty wild. I like it. Imagine a 3D little guy game. Actually works pretty well though, you're right. Anyway. Okay, well now that we're back from the ads, I'm gonna take a quick break. Give me just a few minutes. I'll be right back. I don't know how long it'll take me, but BRB.
Recently, I was challenged by Blackthorn Prod to make a board game in just 24 hours. If you've already seen that video, consider this the extended cut of my section. If you haven't and you're unfamiliar with them, Blackthorn Prod is a YouTube channel known for challenging developers to make games. This video was part of their engine battle series, where each dev used their preferred game engine to build a game. Of course, I'm a board game developer, so I don't really have an engine, but they wanted to mix things up and invited me to join in. This was extra exciting for me because it was the first time they actually invited someone to do a board game for one of their videos. For this challenge, me and the other devs had to make a survival horror game in an hour and a totally separate game in 24 hours. In this video, I'm going to focus on the 24-hour game because there's a lot more to talk about. If you're curious about the whole story though, I'd recommend you check out the full BTP video. But here's the quick version. For the 1 hour game, I made a battleship-inspired board game where one player, as a monster, constantly chased and hunted the other player. I leaned more into the horror aspect, emphasizing the tension of escaping the monster and the uncertainty of not knowing where the other player was. For the 24-hour game though, I wanted to hone in on the survival aspect instead. Because trying to survive a monster attack is all well and good, but a true survival game, everything is trying to kill you. Not having played a whole lot of horror games, I was limited from what I could pull from for inspiration, so when trying to decide on a vibe, Hunt Showdown kept coming to mind. It had two key aspects I like, the PvPvE aspect and its aesthetic. I wanted to make a card game this time around, and the cowboy horror theme lent itself to a few mechanics I wanted to use. So to start, I compiled all my ideas into a spreadsheet, with each card element organized into its own column. From there, I populated these fields. I added weapons like the coach gun, 6-shooter, and throwing knife. These would be used for battling creatures. Added tools like a lantern, dice, a bedroll. These are versatile cards, generally used to assist players. And finally, rations, because what's a survival game if you're not starving to death? Then there were events. These cards were the main challenges of the game. Creatures exist solely to kill you, shops allowed you to trade resources, and incidents throw unique situations at the player, often leading to them screwing each other over. Once these cards were designed in sheets, I imported them into Dexterous, which converted the data into actual cards. This program was a real lifesaver, and honestly, this challenge would have been nearly impossible without it. Basically, every heading on the spreadsheet was assigned to a zone on a card template. These zones are automatically filled with the corresponding information from each cell, generating the cards. From there, they could be ported into Tabletop Simulator, ScreenTop.gg, or a printed format. I also had time to draw art, which you've been seeing throughout the video. I went with a simple wanted poster aesthetic because it was easy and it fit the theme nicely. And for some reason, I decided to painstakingly draw wood grain for this game board with the limited time I had. Yeah, I don't know. Hi, if you're enjoying the video so far, please consider subscribing. Because if you don't, I won't give Luna any more treats. That's right, I'm blackmailing you. Anyway, with all that done, this is the Blight of Blackridge, a cutthroat fight for survival where mercenaries hunt the horrors of this cursed frontier and takes down anyone who would stand between them and their reward. Let me explain the most important parts. First is bidding, added to make the game as cutthroat as possible. Players bet item cards face down on events. The highest bidder wins the event and gets the reward, while the loser suffers the consequences. Generally, this meant taking damage or corruption, which is the other mechanic I wanted to mention. Instead of a traditional hand of cards, each player has 10 inventory slots. When taking damage or corruption, those slots are then filled. If a player's inventory is full of corruption or damage, they lose the game. Players could also choose to team up if an event seemed too difficult to handle alone. That is, if you trust your friends enough to not screw you over. Then after an event, it is mealtime, where a player has to pay a ration or suffer a corruption, or colloquially known as the slop tax. Then the cycle continues until there is one player left standing. One of the biggest advantages of using Dexterous and Tabletop Simulator during development was how easily I could update the game and test changes. I was able to get in 3 playtests within a 24-hour development period, and I'll tell you what, I am so glad I did, because the early versions of this game were not fun at all. The biggest issue is originally bidding was optional, and monster events had no consequences for skipping them. This led to players just skipping every event and eventually dying of starvation as they slowly ran out of food. Needless to say, it was boring. I'm really thankful I got these playtests in because they helped me to polish the game and make something I'm actually proud of. So thank you to my friends for that. But yeah, well, I'm happy with the direction the game went. There were definitely a few features I wish I had time to add. The biggest one was expanding the corruption mechanic, which ended up being a bit samey when compared to damage. The original idea for corruption was it represented a player's descent into madness, slowly transforming them into the monsters they fought to destroy. Upon death, they would rise again and manipulate the game from beyond the grave. The idea was to make the game more challenging for other players, but I wasn't really sure how that would work mechanically. Still, I was excited about the potential. Unfortunately, I just ran out of time and couldn't implement it. Now, I'll admit the game ended up more survival than horror. The real threat wasn't really the monsters, it was the other players. But hey, maybe the real monster was the friends we made along the way. I do plan on continuing work on this game, polishing up and ironing out a few of the issues. The main one being that cards from the rewards ended up polluting the main deck since they were in separate piles to begin with, but then share the same discard pile. I'd also like to add that corruption mechanic and make some other tweaks and changes to improve the overall experience. In the meantime though, you can play the game by joining my Discord server. There are a few different ways to play and you should be able to find one that works for you. I'd also like to thank all the other game devs from the Blackthorn Prod video for putting up with me for an hour playing my game. And yeah, go check out their channels and their games as well. Also, I'd like to thank Dual Wielded and Blackthorn Prod for getting me into this video in the first place. So also check them out. Anyway, thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next one. I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution from an unlikely place. Mad Libs. Yeah, that's right, Mad Libs. The book that you fill in random words to get silly sentences like, "Ouch," he said stupidly as he jumped into his convertible cat and drove off with his brave wife. Or at least that's what the book has as like a prompt. Anyway, but before I get to explain how I use this in my game, let's talk about magic and games in general. Because even though I've been trying to find a solution to making spells in games, it's not like it hasn't been done before. I'm making a tabletop role-playing game, so let's look at the king of TTRPGs, Dungeons & Dragons. Yeah, I look at this game a lot. Get over it. But yeah, while I say digging into it, there's really not that much digging to be done. There's about a total of 4 paragraphs in the Dungeon Master Guide. 3 paragraphs of which say,
sorry about the delay. I am back. Oh, I actually gotta close my door.
And the others say, if you create too powerful spells or dumb ones, then you'll break the game. Of course,
otherwise, you will hear the
you know, it's
washer
hardly
going.
A structured system for spells.
The washer.
Which basically means the best.
Or dryer, really, but anyway. That was a fun little diversion. I imagine this 3D rotation works a lot better on things that are like the AI is trained to do. Like, let's look at like a chair. Out of curiosity. Copy image. New. Cancel. Discard. New. Whatever. Paste. I'm very curious if it just works on like better on like household objects, you know? Because it's just like, I'm sure the AI is trained on like whatever, like normal objects. It's weird how much it changed it. But yeah, right? Like it's like almost perfect. What does this do? Oh, it's 3D perspective. Oh, I didn't realize it did that too. That's interesting. All right, well now we've learned. Anyway. No, I don't want to save this. I didn't mean to do that. No. Hi, Katan. The Turnip King. Have you ever been interested in 3D modeling? Yeah, for sure. I definitely want to do some 3D stuff, but I tried getting into Blender. It's just like the least intuitive program anyone's ever used. Just like, I don't know why it is the way it is. I'll have to try it again though. I have a feeling I'm just like not gonna get this done today. Mostly because my brain is just so foggy. I couldn't tell you why. But I definitely want to. We'll see. Maybe I'll have a second wind. Maybe I should just drink a bunch more water real quick. Tried like 3 times, don't remember how it was. I like the 3D sculpting. I think that could be decent at, but like some of like the shortcut keys and stuff with Blender is like crazy. Just wildly weird. Okay, and then we're gonna have our creature like in front of these buildings, so I'm not gonna worry too much about like drawing too much behind it. In fact, I probably should just draw it in here before that. And you can customize them. I don't even know if it's that. It's just like how the program functions is weird. It's just not intuitive to me. All right, how does our creature look? It's like a top half, bottom half, claw. What do you think? Do you think we should have him like kind of nomming on the side of it? No, I think it should just be coming through the building and like just claw destroying building on like either side, maybe. Maybe like one claw here, one like here. Maybe its head's turned. I don't want it to be, I kind of want like a side profile because I like the shape that I made with its head. See, like here's one of the questions. Can we 3D rotate this? I highly doubt it, but it's worth a shot. Can you 3D rotate a sketch? I'm very curious. I would hazard to say no. That does look kind of cool. I don't know what this is, but it looks kind of cool. What the heck? Yeah, I mean, it's trying to convert lines into a 3D object, and it doesn't know what it's doing. But once, like, that kind of technology gets good, like, that's, like, such a helpful tool. But I imagine it's more meant for Photoshop than it is for, like, the photoshopping sort of stuff, rather than the, than the drawing side of things, right? Like, it's meant for, like, photo editing and whatnot. That was like angelic wings, yeah. Please, Daddy AI, take our jobs. Yep, please. No, I don't think it's... I don't... That, like, kind of thing, that's not, like, taking your job. I mean, maybe, like, in theory, like, it could take a 3D modeler's job eventually, right? Like, it's just, like, all of a sudden, it's like, okay, you can just create a 3D model by doing a 2D image, but... I don't know. I think it will hopefully enable people. Like, I think it just makes life easier for individuals to create things, hopefully. Obviously not all of it's going to be good, but... It's, like, not quite what I'm looking for, but... It's already looking like too... It's not looking right. Maybe not your jobbies, but 3D modelers might have something to protest. See, that's the thing, though. Like, ultimately, like, I think it's just gonna make people's jobs easier. And, like, yeah, technically, you could just have, like, some Joe Schmo be like, we're really gonna get, we're gonna get on the AI top again. You could have some Joe Schmo be like, yeah, I can make a 3D model and just, like, grab an image off the internet and turn it into a 3D model, right? But, like, I don't think a lot of people are going to do that. I think there's a lot of people, partly the stigma, partly, like, are afraid of AI, partly don't know how to use it. I think there's a lot of people who just won't. I think there's also I'm just gonna get rid of the hands here. I think there's also just, like, the fact that the people who already know how to do it are just going to be better for it. It's the same thing with coding, right? Like, you create the 3D model with AI and it's maybe gets you 90% of the way there, but you have to have the skill in order to, like, actually, like, do anything with it. Like, yeah, you could have AI code for you, but you'll probably need to have the skill in order to, like, get you the rest of the way there. At least to, like, be something that's, like, feels good and unique and whatever. But also, like, it enables those people who already know how to do it to, like, I don't know, you have someone who, like, I don't know, 3D animation or whatever, right? And that's enabling those people to, like, okay, they probably, you know, always wanted to make their own, I don't know, movie, right? It enables those people to do that shit on their own. Not that it had, like, you're not able to before, but, like, you can kind of become a one-man production company and not have to have millions of dollars in order to, like, make a movie or something, right? Like, I think that's, like, the ultimately gonna be, like, the cool part about that sort of technology is that it... Hi, are you attacking me? What are you attacking me for? Is that, you know, it enables people to do things solo without having to have, like, a huge team. Oh, God, okay. God, if I ever want to get you guys talking, just start talking about AI, huh? It's definitely gonna take a ton of jobs because the moment it becomes easier to do a certain job, the less people companies will have to hire. Well, isn't that a good thing in some sense? Like you're taking the power out of, like, individual large companies and putting it into individual people instead. Because what's making the company powerful is they have the ability to have a ton of manpower. But when you have the exact same capabilities from your frickin' bedroom, like, isn't that also empowering? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Why do you need a whole department for something when they can just have one or two people running the programs? And I think that's I mean, that's kind of exactly my point, right? Like, one person can just do that themselves. Yeah, a company might fire you for, you know, you know, I can create concept art in, like, 2 minutes, but, like, you can still do that on your own. Yeah, I don't know, like, what the demand necessarily for everything is going to be, but but I think media is, like, one of the few things that, like, you almost can't have enough of. Like, look at YouTube. You know, I don't even know what's going on with this creature anymore. That's what I mean, because it lowers people's power to need to do things. Yeah, but I think that's it, in a way, like a good thing. I mean, that's exactly the idea of AI, right? Like, it just makes your life easier, but I don't know. I'm not saying it's without its flaws, for sure. But at a certain point, governments will have to start paying everyone who's unemployed. Otherwise, the majority of people will starve to death or steal and cause chaos. I don't think it's gonna get that bad. Yeah, like, people are gonna be unemployed, or people might be unemployed. I think that's probably what will happen at first. Companies will be like, ah, yeah, we don't have to have people because we have AI. And then I think after that, they'll realize that, like, just because, like, the demand will also increase. the demand for more things because more people will be able to, like, just because you can make more. AI is not replacing a person completely because it's just making you be able to do more projects faster. And so they'll just increase the amount of things that they will be making. Or however their company is run. The companies will just free up more resources for marketing and sabotaging competition. And I don't know. I just think it's a very pessimistic way to look at the whole thing. Because I don't really think, like, I'm not saying things aren't going to get worse, but like this has happened a million times before, right? Like with all sorts of different technology. Like the computer was invented, and yeah, people probably lost their jobs, right? Because a computer came out. But like, I think new jobs will be invented and demand for different things will increase. Yeah, maybe you won't have your exact same job, and that's definitely sucks, but I do think that and there will be growing pains, right? Like companies are like, oh yeah, we'll fire you, we don't need you, and then eventually they'll realize that they need them for, you know, for prompting or whatever, right? Or whatever it might be, because I think demand will increase for different things. People might lose their job from what they want to do, which sucks. But I think there will be jobs to do things. I don't think work will go away. Probably detailing this thing too much. Anyone realize how much cheaper everything is now that people are replaced by a robot? No? The moment universal income becomes a thing, losing jobs will stop being such a big deal, but we need a self-sustaining economy before that, right? But to have AI sustain the economy, it needs a bajillion times more advanced and intelligent than it is right now. True. Think about it, the technology landscape will look completely different in a decade because of AI. Oh, for sure, 100%. Here's my thing. What's the point? Like, what's the... I don't know, what's the alternative? Like, we can be upset that AI is like taking jobs and doing that kind of thing, but like, why? Why be upset? Like, what's the alternative to, like, it's not going away. I don't think that's at all possible. This is just the new world we live in. We can be afraid of it, we can be scared of it, we can be upset about it, but like, what good does that do you? Like, what's the solution otherwise, is my question. What do you propose we do about the bad things that will happen? You know what I mean? I agree, the Luna's out of the bag. There's no going back now. I think people will be productive enough because the motivation behind doing things will stop being survival and become recreation and maintain mental health. Recreation, sorry. Yeah, I mean, in theory. I mean, eventually, but like... I don't know. That's just my thought. I think there's a lot of doomsaying about like about AI, but like what's the alternative? Like there's a lot of campaigns being like get rid of AI. It's like, but that's not going to happen. Regulations, sure, but like no AI is never going to happen. Sorry to say. You know? I'm not one to like complain for the sake of complaining. And honestly, I find a lot of the AI tools super helpful. And more enabling than not. There'll be bad periods regardless, but we need those to learn. AI is an extremely broad term. I think people are actually thinking about AI. It's more an issue with current models and the concept of it itself. No, I think people are... I don't know. I think people are afraid that... I mean, of all the things we've talked about, right? I haven't seen the comic Electric State. I have not. Current models are garbage. I think that's also a unfair statement. Because garbage is not like it's like the computer learning, like coming out and then people being like, yeah, no, this thing sucks. Like, yeah, sure. It doesn't like when a computer was first invented. Yeah, it probably was like, you know, Pong isn't really like, it's like trying to compare Pong to like actual tennis, right? But like, I think garbage is an unfair thing to say. Because it's kind of like an insanely crazy technology, but... There's no excuse for them driving people out of towns and driving up prices. I don't know, man. I think you'd like Beats. I feel like I've heard of it. I've never seen it though. I mean, it hasn't doesn't like I don't know, man. I just but at least it didn't consume resources at such a large scale. I feel like you can make that argument about a lot of things though, right? Like, what about vehicles, right? Like, I mean, obviously people are complain about that. Not complain. Complain's the wrong word. Have concerns about that too, right? But like, doesn't mean people don't use it. any sort of like technology comes at a cost. Again, like what's the alternative, right? All dystopian future where people have given up on reality. I feel like that's like a lot of dystopians, right? Dystopian things. I don't know what I'm drawing anymore. I'm just drawing things. That's why there's such a big push to switch to renewable, eco-friendly resources. Here's the thing. I hear a lot of like people being upset about things and never like, how do we maintain what people want, but also have some sort of solution? That makes sense. Like, I feel like a lot of people, it's easier to tear stuff down than build it up. Right. I do like this kind of look. That's kind of nice. Yo, Techno, what's up, dude? How you doing? Welcome on in. How you doing today? What's up? We're talking about, we're drawing a monster, the final monster of the game, at least for now. We do have, after this week, we will be doing a redeem week where people will be able to redeem their own cards or cards for the game, which I mean technically you can now, but it's just they're gonna be cheaper and more and it'll be the last chance to do it, I guess, is the biggest thing. So last card and then some cool stuff after that. My solution was go back to my roots. That's why I grow my own food in the garden and chickens. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I can appreciate that. Especially because it's kind of like doing something about it, right? I just don't like complaining for the sake of complaining, I think. Maybe that's, again, complaining is maybe not the right word, because like it's legitimate like concern. Complaining feels like it's invalidating. Or saying the word complaining sounds like it's invalidating the concern. But I also feel like not having a solution or like thinking there's a way to fix something is I guess what bothers me. Because we can like say the things we don't like about AI as much as we want, but how does that change anything? Do I even like what I'm drawing right now? I don't know. What's up? Tim, do you change your name or am I tripping? Nah, you're not tripping, I am. All I want is Nomad and Farmer. That's fair. I think it's important to voice concerns whether they help or not. Let me think about that for a second. I suppose I agree, but I also think like that's also just like can just be injecting negativity where it isn't needed. Because like just voicing concerns without having like I think maybe voicing concerns without having a solution is maybe healthy for an individual, but I don't think it's healthy for like a like the like as a because like venting is important, right? But I don't think it's necessarily healthy as like a societal thing. Constructive feedback, but just being like, there's so much focus on criticizing things without genuine feedback, constructive feedback. That's got, I guess, what I'm saying, right? Like it's like, I think there's a lot of just like being upset, and I don't think just being upset helps anything. I don't know, man. I don't even know what I'm drawing anymore. The negativity still exists whether you put it out there or not. Only difference is between if it can be addressed or not. I think that's the thing. Like, if it's not something you can address, or you don't even have, like, I don't know. I think I'm a, like, believer in compromise a lot, and I think a lot of it is just, like, this can't happen. This can't exist anymore. It should just be gone. And it's like, that's not going to happen. The negativity still exists while you put it out there. Or I read that. If you don't share your concerns, no one can help alleviate them. I guess that's fair, but like, if you also can't help, like, I think you should have some sort of idea of like what the alternative is, right? Because like just being like, remove all AI, I don't think it's not gonna happen, right? So like, what's the actual solution? I don't know, maybe I'm maybe it's too concrete brained of me. I don't know. But I feel like there needs to be like some sort of way to address it rather than just being like, nah, this is bad. This is bad and you should feel bad. Because a lot of the criticism is just hateful too, right? Like it's not even like, I don't know. Yo, does this mean you're going to be done with AAE? Pretty close. So here's the situation. We're doing one last monster card, and then next week, honestly, I probably could even start today. I could lower the prices. I don't know, but we do this week. Next week, we're gonna have a redeem week. I'm gonna make all the redeems for hero player cards, etc., less expensive, and then
Companies in the United States have openly blamed AI for roughly 55,000 announced job cuts in all of 2025, and already well over 87,000 to 110,000 plus in the first half to 7 months of 2026 alone. AI became the single most cited reason for layoffs for several consecutive months.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not saying it's not causing problems. I'm just saying I don't know if it's like, obviously it's bad in the short term, but in the long term, I think more jobs will be created because of AI. It's not going to like replace humans completely. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let me finish what I was saying though. Yeah, so next week we'll have a redeem week where, yeah, some of the redeems are going to be less expensive. Everyone will be able to do one redeem per person. And once all those redeems are done, that will be it for cards. This is kind of like the final card is kind of like a little bit of a bait, but you know, here we are. Concern isn't that it shouldn't exist, it's the result of the concern, but the root issue is that people are afraid of quality of life will go down significantly. Sure. Then I can complain about a complaint that complains about the complaint. So many complain realizes complain was stupid complain about in the first place. Agreed. Ask AI what it thought. Ah, yes. It's a lot of jobs to replace. Yeah, I don't know. Like, obviously, obviously there are concerns. Final card, I missed a lot. Yeah, it's sup Halfling, it's been a while. How are you doing? How's life? It's been a while. I already said that. Yeah, so technically it's I don't know if you just heard what I just said, but technically it's not the final card. It's a little bit of a misnomer, but that's the wrong word. Misconception, whatever. I'm going to be doing a few redeem cards afterward, but basically this is like the last card I'm drawing for the sake of the game. The rest are going to be just for the sake of everyone who has been here. And then that will be it. Then we'll be done with cards. I'll probably put an announcement on my Discord, but doing good. Heard you. Okay, cool. As someone who works AI, it has a negative and positive. As I always say, it's always on hand of the user to dedicate that flow. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, their course is like not gonna be things that aren't great about it. I don't know. I just don't think that all AI just needs to go away is like because like that I feel like is like the biggest argument against it. I think AI will eventually create more jobs. I don't know what those jobs are yet, though. We're in growing pains. I think that's very obvious. Just a Luddite. I forgot what that word means. Opposed to new technology. Right. All right, I need to draw more buildings. I don't know. We've gone on this topic too many times. It's our like most polarizing topic. Mostly, I think because I'm not opposed. I think most artists and creatives are, or a lot of creatives are opposed to it, and I'm just not. Like, I understand its negative connotations. But I don't think they're the end of the world. Maybe I'll be wrong. Who knows? If you want an example, I make AI that benefits other people. I like my thesis about an AI that predicts where fishes are to help fishermen catch them. So yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, I mean, how about this? The freaking a freaking AI thing practically like solved cancer like 3 days ago. So that was kind of cool. And that was like an actual pretty large study. I mean, there's the good and the bad. I don't know. I think there's a lot more good than like some other things, you know? Like, there have been a lot worse things to come out that have been less beneficial. Cancer is gone. Yippee! I mean, almost. I mean, it's not quite that. Like, they basically, I don't really know exactly how it worked. My dad's a doctor. He sort of explained it to me. They basically, I believe it's Moderna, the people who did like the COVID vaccine stuff. Apparently they have like this probably isn't even visible. Sure isn't. I smoke my cancer sticks. Cancer will live on in me. Well, maybe they can cure it once you have it. Because apparently the way it works is like they basically need to make a specialized cure per person that like affects you, that has like your body attack the cancer cells directly, because it basically vaccinates for cancer, which is kind of crazy. Nar. So yeah, that's apparently the whole idea of it, and AI can do those kind of calculations, and apparently the study size was significant, so it's not like a whatever. Is it the frog cell cure? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't. My dad just told me about it. I didn't actually look anything up about it. But I trust him. He's a doctor. He knows what he's talking about. I mean, a retired doctor, but still. The question is, should I make a real-life Ultron AI? Seems like a good idea. Because I thought the frog cell cure worked on its own. I have no idea what that is. So I couldn't help you there, unfortunately. Can't confirm or deny. I kind of like the idea of the boxes being here. It's kind of fun. Are we in an ad? No, 3 minutes.
The internet says a specific gut bacterium isolated from the Japanese tree frog can completely eliminate solid cancer tumors in mice with a single intravenous dose.
Interesting. That is something I've not heard of. So that would be like a replacement for chemo, essentially, I would assume. The thing I'm talking about, is different. I'm sure if you looked it up, it's like something like Moderna did, like the people who did like all the COVID vaccine stuff. They basically made a vaccine that they make it so they give you a vaccine so your body has the ability to recognize cancer cells. Like it basically finds a marker in the cancer cells to have your body attack cancer cells. All right, we're starting an ad. I'll be back. Give me just a minute. Maybe we'll talk about something that is an AI.
Recently, I was challenged by Blackthorn Prod to make a board game in just 24 hours. If you've already seen that video, consider this the extended cut.
Did we watch all this video already? I think we did.
Let's just go to the next one. I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution from an unlikely place. Mad Libs. Yeah, that's right, Mad Libs. The book that you fill in random words to get silly sentences like, "Ouch," he said stupidly as he jumped into his convertible cat and drove off with his brave wife. Or at least that's what the book has as like a prompt. Anyway, but before I get to explain how I use this in my game, let's talk about magic and games in general. Because even though I've been trying to find a solution to making spells in games, it's not like it hasn't been done before. I'm making a tabletop role-playing game, so let's look at the king of TTRPGs, Dungeons & Dragons. Yeah, I look at this game a lot. Get over it. But yeah, while I say digging into it, there's really not that much digging to be done. There's about a total of 4 paragraphs in the Dungeon Master Guide, 3 paragraphs of which say, look at this chart, you dumb, stupid idiot. And the others say, if you create 2 powerful spells or dumb ones, then you'll break the game. Of course, this is paraphrasing a bit, but, you know, it's hardly a structured system for spells. Which basically means the best way to make a spell in D&D is make up whatever you want the spell to do, and then find an existing one to keep it balanced. Which allows you to figure out what sort of stats, along with spell slots or spell components, if you use those. Okay, so this really isn't going to work for us, so let's take a look at video games. One that always comes to mind for me is Oblivion. The concept for this was pretty simple. There was a list of magical effects the player acquired based on their mastery of each spell. Then there was a category for the way the player would cast a spell, whether it's self, touch, or target. Target meaning spell like pew-pew. Furthermore, longer durations or more powerful effects would have a higher gold cost, along with a higher mana cost when you actually, use the spell. So this is a pretty cool idea. However, in classic Bethesda style, it could be completely abused and made the game incredibly broken. For instance, I remember one time making a character with 100% chameleon, which basically made you invisible all the time, and other characters couldn't even see you, even when you were attacking them. Or this one I found where someone used a drain effect to somehow become invisible riding a horse, seeing your own lifeless body. I don't know. Now, that isn't to say that in a tabletop RPG, a game master couldn't help balance this sort of system and make it fair, but that just kind of puts us back in the same problem of D&D's spell creation. Now, I know there's probably newer games that have better spell systems that exist. Like, I think Wizards of Legends is supposed to have some cool stuff, but I don't have time to play other people's games. Come on, what are you talking about? I'm making my own game. Yeah, get out of here. Okay, but seriously, let's get to the point. I was pondering all of this over one day, and then it came to me. Mad Libs. A sentence with a bunch of blanks that you could fill with nouns, verbs, and adjectives to make a complete sentence. Or in my case, a spell with a bunch of blanks that can be filled with different elements, casting sizes, shapes, and durations. So rather than our other 2 examples, where you would either have someone creating something completely from scratch, or the other being just stacking spells on top of each other to make a new one, this gives you a base spell to fill with blanks, and then you can customize it how you like. For instance, let's say you had something like cast blank element, blank number of feet, and that affects a blank sized blank shape. I can fill that and say cast a fireball 30 feet that affects a 15-foot sized sphere. Or maybe something like cast water 10 feet away that affects a 100-foot cube. Now, one thing I'd neglected to mention is my game is card-based, so the spell base and components would end up being made out of cards rather than, writing it on a notepad, which I suppose makes it a lot more like another game. That's right. Apples to apples, which really just goes to show that everyone's stealing ideas from each other. I mean, apples to apples is just Mad Libs in card form, which leads me to my next point. At first I was thinking I was super original with this idea, but it turns out I wasn't. One cozy Christmas morning, I received a package from my friend, and it was this, hold on. This game, Cryptozoic Entertainment's epic spell wars of the Battle Wizards, Duel at Mount Skullfire, is a very similar game. All right, back into the recording closet I go. The game goes like this. You are wizards battling each other. And to do that, of course, you have to count.
I have returned. With a frog cell, cure works from what I understand is it nests itself in a tumor, eats it from the inside while signaling to your immune system where the cancer is. Then the immune system destroys both the cancer and frog cells and gains the ability to detect the cancer in the future. Interesting. It's pretty crazy. I was here, then I went away for dinner, but now I'm here again. Well, good. You missed the AI talk, hopefully. I'm over it. It keeps coming up. I didn't. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you didn't miss it. It just keeps happening. Can't use an AI feature without it coming up, unfortunately. Oh, hey. Perfect timing. Tebow music. Yui, hello. How you doing? I was discussing it with myself. Didn't feel like engaging. That's fair. How many points you got? 32.1k. Holy schmoly. And I just don't really mind anymore. Like you said, what's the use in arguing or something? I said, what's the use in being upset about it? It's just like, it is what it is. It's here. I'm not saying it's like you should give up if you believe in that there should be a stance on it, but there's also like the fact that like there is a point where it's like if you don't have just like complaining for the sake of complaining isn't doing anyone anything, is basically my thought on it. But I do understand what Tuna is saying, that like addressing concerns is important. So I don't know, man. There's no right answer is really the problem. Next stream, beats will reduce heroes to 35k. That's true. Might as well use it to enhance yourself. Right, exactly. Says Yui. Sure. I'll do like one of these. The building's gonna be like half destroyed. Most of this won't be able to be seen anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Dun 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 dun. You know what is great? Tebow music. That's my statement. Look, you've been slacking. You should join the stream way more. Girl, I'm at 7.6k. Don't put yourself down. Oh, did she say? Oh, yeah, never mind. Literally the previous message that I just read. Never mind. Don't worry about it. You could possibly be the top three or 4 points wise. Tuna, what? No AI and Tebow music. Hell yeah. You Twitch emoji. Yippee! 2 little guys in a row. Yeah. Tuna can't keep money on his person. It's impossible. Tuna doesn't know how to save money, I think. Methinks. I don't know why I'm putting so much detail into the background, but, you know, here we are. Let's hurry it up, huh? Probably because the creature is kind of just a shadow monster, so it's really not going to be that big of a deal. Yeah, how many little guys do you have in total, Tuna? Or like, how many did you redeem? I think it's a lot. He only has one little guy. Yeah, the little pink one. We cycle through the whole thing again. I'll check it out. Or again, check out the little guy at the top. Yeah. The whole stream of inventory or Steam inventory, and now I have 6 cents in my Steam wallet. There you go. I'm just gonna do like some detail like a so. I had a thought the other day, and I don't know if it's a good one or not, but I think it could be cool to do. What do you guys think of like a stream where I just like go over the old Soul videos and like director's commentary on Soul? Is that like anything? Is that anything sort of video where we just talk about Soul and like just for the fun of it? Is that a cool stream idea, or is that just kind of like, meh, whatever? Or like watch the video and I'll be like, oh, this is actually why this idea exists. And blah, 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 blah. 6 little guys, I believe. Three whales, 2 whales, 3 avatars, and 1 Zagreus. It's true. But didn't you redeem... Do you redeem little guys for anyone else, though? Should play it first as a community, though. I feel like it would be better to have the stream first and then play it as a community, because then people would understand more about the game. But maybe that doesn't make sense. I don't know. I feel like going into a tabletop role-playing game blind is usually a bad idea. Just because you don't know what the heck's going on. How do I play this game? I don't know. I mean, granted, there's like 3 different versions, so you might get version confusion. I think everyone getting like an overview first kind of makes sense. DDB redeem my original Cyclops, then I redeem you, so just count that as my original Cyclops as my own redeem now. That's fair. What a guy, DDP, you know? All right, I think this is it. This is the sketch. What do we think? I actually do have another Cyclops I'd like to redeem if I had more points. Polyphemus? I don't know, from Hades 2. I guess I need to play Hades 2, you know? I'm gonna do more sidewalk-esque than whatever. It's will you play in... I don't know what that is. Let me look it up. Endocopia? Probably not. Sorry, just looking through it. I just see a lot of... Was it the teeth guy thing? I think I've heard of this. Doesn't seem like my jam. I'm not really a horror guy. But that's about it. I don't know. I don't know what I have to say that. I'm not really a horror dude. Less of a horror, not gonna lie. Okay. It's a point and click game. Nice. That's the point and click game, right? Yes. Apparently. Okay, let's do line art. Is my phone vibrating? Doo 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 doo. Point and click games are fun. It's been a while since I played one. You can explain why it's good. I only saw a little bit. Good question. Yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about just like having a nostalgia trip on Soul, and I thought it would be kind of cool to do sort of what am I trying to say? Sort of like a recap stream where we just kind of talk about it. I thought that would be kind of cool. And then yeah, maybe play it as well. But I feel like it would make more sense to kind of go over it and then play it afterward rather than the other way around. I don't know. Does that make sense? Oh my god. Sometimes it's hard to draw circles or half circles or any sort of line, really. Did Toots ever stream? Guess not. I was wondering where he was. I was like, maybe he's streaming. I don't think he is. I've been a fan of Andyland. Wait, sorry. It's more of a puzzle adventure game. Gotcha. Been a fan of Andyland animation, so I'm not surprised his game is so well received. For me personally, I love the games where I can solve puzzles that aren't too complicated and discover more about the world. The music is such a jam. The characters just so funny and everything is interactive, you know. Even though, not gonna lie, I like more horror and heavy. Is that psychological games? I quite enjoy it. Nice. Yeah, I think puzzle games are cool. I haven't really played many of them, but I've watched a lot of people play them. One I'll play probably someday, because I watch someone play it and I'm like, this is probably like the best puzzle game I've ever seen, is Baba Is You. That one seems so good. I remember the demo announced video song getting stuck in my head for a while. Literally the songs are not coming out of my head. Stuck in Yui's head forever. Never to not be unstuck. I love Momentum Valley. It's not difficult in the slightest, but pure eye candy. Interesting. I don't know if I've heard that one. Mostly the scene is just optical illusions. I'll take a look real quick. Oh, Monument. I read it wrong. Monument Valley? Game? Ah, yes. Yes. Okay, no, I know what you're talking about. 100%, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about now. Yes, quite. Indeed. Why do you say? Yes, indeed. Yes, quite. Yes. I think Portal's a masterpiece too. Yeah, it's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. I think I remember the, I'm gonna assume that's trailer. Teaser? Something? I don't know. You're just making up words now. Sorry, I was locked in there for a second. I feel like I've been more in the zone lately with streaming, which is probably a bad thing. I probably should be more engaging if we're talking about like actual being a good streamer. Lately I've been more co-worky, which is like kind of what I am, to be fair. Like this kind of stream is mostly like, I think appeals to people who are co-working. I definitely think we're due for something new though. Some sort of something. Honestly, I just need to keep making videos. Every conclusion I keep going back to is like, we just need to make more videos. Because that's where all the growth has been. Most people don't just find my channel. Oh yeah. Yeah. Tell us about the live playtest. You said it was BOB. Yes, I actually meant to talk about that at the beginning of the stream, and then I completely forgot. Honestly, it just went well. There's a lot of times when I play Blight of Blackridge, I'm like, I really should just be working on this game instead, just because of how many positive reviews it gets. People love Blackridge. And it makes me feel silly that I'm not working on it more. Cause raving reviews. What the fuck is Bob? Blight of Blackridge, but Bob is such a cute acronym. It's true. Yeah, I think there is a lot of me there is a part of me that's like, man, I don't regret working on this game. I think Blackridge though is like, most people really like it. Really, pretty much the review was like, I was like, okay, like we technically played a little bit at the end. The new corruption mechanic I came up with, which I think I only barely mentioned and then did it all myself off stream. Works really well. Basically, instead, it just kind of works like tools and weapons, rather than like altering how events work. It works so much better because the people have a motivation to not just like ruin other people's days and just kind of try to come back. But yeah, I asked him, let me read my notes here. Oh, I actually have their names now, but we won't say them out loud. There was like a few cards, like Duel needed to like be rewritten, which maybe I actually rewrote it and just didn't reprint it. I can't remember. I had one note for myself that Poison probably should deal more damage. And then like, I asked them, I was like, okay, so what's your review? They're like, I literally can't think of anything. And they were like, honestly, I'd like, if this game, I would buy this game basically damn well near as is, I think was the quote directly. And he's like, if you had a Kickstarter, I'd back it right now. And then they all subscribed to my game or to my YouTube channel. So I think I'd say it was successful, and it was the same people who played AAE. So I think like, I don't know. I just think that Blackridge is probably just a better game. Granted, it is much more a party game. It has that sort of friend slop quality, right? Where it's powered by friendship, opposed to like armies, which is kind of powered by friendship, but it's not like silly, crazy moments of you backstabbing each other and doing stupid stuff. It's like you know, it's much more like leans into like the fun dynamics of like people, right? I'm so stupid. I thought there was a character named Bob I didn't know of. Nope. The bar, let's call them all Bob. The funny thing is 2 of them have the same name. Don't try to put AE down. I'm not trying to put AE down. I'm just saying that, like, I think I'm trying to be, it's more being objective, right? I think the reviews on Blackridge are far better than armies. Just like hearing the metrics, right? Like the armies probably has somewhere between I'm trying to think what sort of rating people give it. It's usually probably averages about around a 7. I think Blackridge probably, I didn't ask everyone, but like based on vibes, it's like probably like a 9. BB is more approachable. That's all there is to it. I don't think that's all there is to it. Because now I think that's like putting down Blackridge as well, right? Like I really do like armies, and I'm definitely not trying to put it down, but I think I hit something very good with Blackridge that I'm just not capitalizing on. That being said, I already pivoted away from one game, right? Like I pivoted away from Soul to work on armies, and I think that I didn't want to half-ass it, and I think that's a good thing. I think finishing what you started is very important. But I do think Blackridge is something I need to work on because it's got such good reviews. I mean, it's basically just survival horror poker, but I do think that it probably deserves more work. It is a much simpler game. You're definitely not wrong about that. It's a board game, like it is like a party board game instead of a TCG, which I think are 2 completely different things for sure. But I think like I've had plenty of people wanting to run it back with Blackridge like much more frequently than like people with armies. Granted, people play armies. I'm not saying they don't. I think it's more of a niche, like it's definitely more niche gameplay though. Army is a game you sit down to specifically play. BB is you have it on your shelf when friends come over. Yeah, that's true. But I don't know. I think basically all I'm really getting at is that I think Blackridge is something I need to work on more once this is done. is basically the long and short of it. Because it just gets good reviews. Everyone likes it. It just came together really well. Like, I don't know. Like, all the mechanics work well together. It's pretty, like, freeing in a way. Like, a lot of games, like, I think would restrict a lot of stuff. I think you can do a lot in it. And it's okay that you do the stuff that you do. I don't know. I just think that, whatever. There's a difference. Adjusting for new player experience for armies would go a long way. I think that's probably true. It's a whole separate patch to do in the future. Yeah. I agree. I agree with that. I think armies probably game one takes too long for I mean, we kind of talked about this already, but yeah, game one, I think it takes too long for to play. Like, people who just getting into it, it should be much shorter. Just for the sake of, like, getting people to understand it. But yeah, definitely not trying to, like, shit on armies. I'm just saying that I think Black Ridge has had very, very good reviews, and it feels silly to not capitalize on that sometimes. But I'm not also, like, sitting here regretting working on armies. I think it's important that I had my follow through and didn't just, like, actually, I'm just gonna pivot again. Let's pull another soul and put this on the back burner for forever. I don't think Black Ridge honestly would take that much more work to finish, though. Especially because unfortunately, I didn't get a ton of time with the new mechanic, but the one, like, literally one turn that we had with it, it felt good. So maybe your tutorial boss will make the game a lot quicker. I think it's not even a tutorial boss. I think it's a tutorial setup. Like, you start with these specific cards, and then, like, that's it. Well, 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 look who decided to show back up. If it isn't a toot. A little stinky little toot. Fell asleep to your stream on the couch. It was great. Are you streaming after me so I can raid into you? Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done applying pressure. I'm done messing with you. I apologize. Sit-ups. So you're saying looking for a rules light first play. It's not even rules light, I don't think. It's just like starting with a shorter game that has I guess kind of rules light. It's not like it would affect the rules though. It would just be like the cards themselves would probably be like the simpler ones. Almost like playing an open hand of the game, in a sense. I'll find a pocket of time today, or if I find a pocket of time today, I will. Today's just been a busy one. Busy sleeping, apparently. I was kidding. I'm just messing with you, dude. You live your life the way you see fit. I'm just messing around. You do whatever the heck you want. I'm just tooting around. Dang, final card. Also, testification. Yeah, sort of. So it's a little bit of a lie, but it's mostly true. This is the last monster card we're doing. And then we're going to have 1 week where I'm going to leave redeems open for cards. I'll probably make like the player cards a little bit cheaper. Like kind of the same price that the monster cards are currently. And then after that, I will close out redeems and no more cards will be made after that. I'll post a thing on Discord though. So I'm lying a little bit, basically is what I'm saying, but pretty much that. How you doing, Dingus? How's life? It's good to see you. All right, I think that's the background. Maybe we'll do a little bit of one of these real quick, and then maybe like sidewalk lines. Where the sidewalk ends. Second time we're referencing that book in like a week. Yeah, that'll be cool. If anyone needs a loan, you know where to find me. I definitely won't break your legs if you don't pay me on time. What does that have to do with anything? What? Oh, for Bitcoin. Sorry, I was like, huh? Thank God I cleared my loan, yeah. Friggin' Maximus gonna come break your legs. Anyways, can I get another one? I was gonna say. You know, one thing I've learned from drawing is that straight lines are overrated. At least from like this project. Like when drawing a mountain, I kept going like, this is a mountain, you know, but it's like, like that looks better. I mean, maybe this would need to be more pointy, but you know. You know what I'm saying? What? I explicitly said I wouldn't. Just being straight is overrated, pretty much, yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Put a little bit behind here. Sorry. I was gonna make a wild transition for a statement there. I was like, speaking of being straight, did y'all I didn't actually share it on stream, I don't think. My the drawing of the lady I did from Seoul recently. I showed it on Discord. Please share. It's kind of spicy. I missed it. Show us. Okay. It's a wee bit schmexy. Hold on. Where did I even save it? Oh, it's in Beats Creation. Hold on. Oh yeah. You're an oh yeah. Soul. Where's Soul? Where's my Soul folder? Beats Creations, Soul Project is what it's called. Soul Art. All right, be prepared. There she is. She is an assassin. Whoa. What? Check the Spank Bank art folder. Gets blown away. That's her. This is Petra Quinn. You did that? I did. Insert extremely sexual expletive. Expletive. Can't read. It's fine. This is Alfredo's character's wife for Toot. No one else will understand that, but there you go. Such a pretty darn good dude. Yeah, for sure. I'm pretty happy with it. Toot beat me to it. Beat me to it. But yeah, there she is. I felt good about it. It's pretty darn good. It's gorgeous. Welcome. Well done. Lickable armpits. Okay, okay, we're leaving. I'm so sorry. Welcome. Please, never mind. we're gonna get banned. We're gonna get banned like Maximus. That Maximus guy, you know? What a guy. I'll be normal. I'll be the normal one. It's great, Beats. Thanks, dude. But for real, dude, well done. For real. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like I said back then, makes me remember you're a great artist for some reason. Yeah. I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm all right. Definitely like a lot of the posing. So like a lot of the pose and stuff I like traced off of a reference to like get the actual pose down, but like the rendering and stuff is me. Like I don't think my anatomy construction is that good yet. I don't know. I should really try to push myself for that, but that was like an art where I was just like, I just want to make something for me. I was trying to like just take time to just make an art for myself, because I keep making art for the game and whatnot. And I was like, you know, I just need to like chill and like get in the zone and then draw for 8 hours, which is basically what I did. So it was fun, and I'm happy with how it turned out. For real, for real. Do not join me. It's not cool up here. What reference? Asking for a friend. No. I said I'd be the one. No, just like the pose. It was just like a pose reference thing. Need the pose. Asking for a friend. I hope we do more. Yeah, I should try. I probably I think I don't know. I agree. It'd be good to do more. Yeah, that was my art. That's how I'll look at you standing in the doorway when I come over. Okay, good, good. Good to know. Can't believe I'm being the most normal here as the one who's actually been banned before. Yeah, yeah. That's fair. I want this to be like more like this. I don't know. I don't know what this creature is anymore. Kind of just drawing for the sake of drawing. Twas indeed. You were? Damn. Maximus? Yeah, Maximus is banned. You're banned for being too normal, probably. No. We won't repeat what he said. We will not repeat what Maximus said that day. Did the new account get banned too? It never his never works on frickin' Twitch. Wonder if he's shadow banned. I thought you made the dingus one. Shit joke, basically. We do not speak of the incident, true. We don't. How do we feel about this guy? You like this guy? You know this guy? And I think the eyes will draw in afterward. I don't think he's gonna be pink like this. I just kind of use that to... background. I think it's kind of cool, right? It's pretty cute. Classic. With some of the things I've been saying, I'm surprised I've avoided a ban. Maximus just doubled down like 6 times, I think is really the problem. He just kept doubling down and we're like, Maximus, stop. I think it was me and Bean were the only people in the chat and we're like, Maximus, stop. You have to stop, dude. This isn't helping with the curiosity. Well, you can go back in YouTube far enough, you can find it, I'm sure. He doesn't back down from a fight, at least, I guess so. Doubled down like 5 times and got shot right there after. True. Oh, man. Pink. What am I doing? I guess I'm doing this. All this needs to be like its own gray color. Now I don't really want to put, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to color the monster. I guess maybe I'll just do black, and then I'll make it like a I don't know, we'll figure it out. Because it's supposed to be like one of the shadow monsters, and the way I render those is a little bit different, so it's gonna be kind of a little bit I don't know, I'm unsure exactly how I'm gonna do it. Maybe just like lower the opacity here. And then we'll do like the scribble texture on top of it, maybe. And that'll just kind of like fill the holes in case there are some. Oh, I guess this shouldn't be here. Never mind. Did I do that wrong? Oh, okay. Ads in 3 minutes. It's actually 42 seconds now. Where's my scribble brush? Crayon, large, dense scribble 21. According to the thing. I think that's the brush. Maybe this one? No. That one's not bad though. Maybe it's this one. I think the rotation of the scribble isn't exactly the way I was thinking it would be. Okay, we're doing ads. I'm gonna do one more ad break. Then we'll be back. We'll finish this card off. Call it a day, I think. It'll probably still be like an hour almost, but anyway, BRB.
Recently, I was challenged by Blackthorn Prod to make a board game in just 20. I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system
6 minutes
for
into
my
the next
game
one.
that
I don't even
players
know.
craft their for
Maybe there.
Now the
Good
question
enough.
arises, how are each of these cards implemented? Currently, the player will draw around 6 ability cards at the start of their turn. We could have nano programs and nanites in the same deck. However, this could likely lead to some problems where you either have a full hand of nano programs or a full hand of nanites, and nothing to do with them. This is unless you're able to use nano programs without filling in the blanks, or nanites without a program. Although I'm not sure how that would work. It kind of works in the wizard battle game, but not sure how that would work in this game. So instead, my solution is to have two separate decks, one with your nano programs and the other with nanites. Nano programs you would draw as normal, whereas nanites you would search through your deck and pick your cards at will. This not only solves the issue, but also allows a player more agency over their actions. By allowing them to search through their nanites, they can make the cards fit their needs despite not getting the exact abilities they want. Now, the second issue is not all abilities make sense with blanks. This goes especially so as not all abilities are nano programs. There are also basic attacks and physical abilities. This issue is further compounded by the fact that some abilities have a theme to them to help fit their respective classes. So let's deconstruct it a bit. Let's take the sprint ability, for example. It's a simple ability in that you spend one action to gain an additional movement. Now, this feels a little weird to have blanks to fill in. I can maybe see the movement distance having a blank, so maybe something like this. Including an elemental effect might be a bit harder. Perhaps having something like leaving a trail of fire behind the user, which actually sounds kind of cool now that I think about it. However, it doesn't always seem practical. Maybe you're in a log cabin, and leaving a trail of fire behind you doesn't seem like the greatest idea. In that case, then a player should use a different element, or perhaps not use one at all. However, this kind of feels like it's going against the idea of blanks in the first place. Furthermore, let's take a look at the Assassin's Blood Mist ability. The idea is when killing a target, it essentially creates a smoke screen of blood. Gross, but kind of cool. Now, let's call blood the nanite type for this ability. Say we want to change it to fire instead. A cool but dangerous way to alter this ability. But this leaves us wondering what the actual ability should be called. So if you do rename it to something like Kill Mist or Cloud Kill or something like that, or Kill Sphere, I don't know. It ends up just losing its innate flavor and kind of the initial coolness of the ability. Coolness, a very elegant word. So the solution I landed on was removing blanks entirely and allowing nanites to serve as more of override cards. For instance, say you had something like a Fireball spell. You could then add water to override that element and change the ability to something completely new. This helps as I can still allow abilities to have their own theme, along with solving the issue of needing cards to fill in blanks. This of course solves the problem with elemental blanks, but not the ones with things like distances or sizes of an ability. Well, that one ended up being pretty easy, and that was having any number-based blank filled with a dice roll based on the most appropriate stat. This allows a character's innate strengths and weaknesses to affect the power of the ability, which I think just makes sense. This system also actually opens up something else that I love to see in games, and that's being able to combine magic and team attacks. I remember being like 9 years old and playing Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles with my friend and combining spells together and making one big attack, and that just felt like the coolest thing ever. Thinking back on it now, that's kind of the only thing I remember from that game. Well, that and you had to connect multiple Game Boys into your GameCube in order to play it, which, you know, now you kids have Nintendo Switches and they basically just a GameCube you carry around. But I don't know, man. Somehow it's
oh,
just
yeah,
anyway,
actually, sorry. That's funny. Seeing the assassin in a simple style after seeing the masterpiece you just produced is so interesting. Yep, that's her. Yeah, I forgot about that. Good eye. I'm surprised you caught it after not recognizing that Husk was Turtle for so long. Me a piece of cold pizza. It's great. Not really. This pizza isn't good cold. Of course we are. Tuna didn't realize either. Oh, I didn't realize it. He's just being a jerk. No, but like Tuna did it with like multiple things too. There was something else. I can't remember what it was. What was the other thing, Tuna? I don't remember. Not sure right now. Yeah. I can't remember. Maybe it was just that. Maybe it was one of the other think it was one of the other old god land cards. Or something like that. Anyone else run their phone dead dry and have to scramble for a charger? Did I miss anything important? You missed my art, my pretty lady art, which is the one I think you saw it on Discord. I just hadn't shared it online before or on here yet. I think that's about it. If we don't remember why we're picking on someone, we should stop picking on them. Nah. I always have my charger in a pocket within arm's reach, or within arm's reach. The only thing I'm always responsible with. The one you trace for pose reference? Yeah, that one. Correct. How do I do... But getting picked on is my favorite activity. Is it? How do you do brush rotation? Shape dynamics? Not pressure control. Angle jitter? No. There's no jitter. I thought it was just... I can't remember how this works. Yeah, whatever. We'll just make the shape. Honestly, I might just draw it by hand. And just use this. We might just go... We might just do one of these. Just do a scribble. Scribble for the eye. Yeah, that's fine. Kitten, your tail is hitting me. What are you doing? I feel like this kind of does look like a Pokemon, but... Okay, loser. Hey, do I need to bully bullies now? Is it available for every brush? It should be. Yeah, you should be able to turn it on as an option. Should just be a circle with an arrow. I mean, there is that. Like, you can rotate the brush, but there should be a way to activate it so it... Pen rotation, actually... It's fine. I don't care. It's not a big enough deal. It will spank anyone needing TL. What? What's happening? Hydrate, sure. And then push up, sit up, and then bald. Y'all really tag teamed me there, didn't you? Toot's like, take off your hat. Frickin' Tuna's like, do some push-ups. Thunder's like, drink some frickin' water. I'm like, okay, God. I didn't mean it. Go, go, Power Redeemers. That's pretty much it, yeah. Hi, get done. She's just sitting right here. I would show it, but if I move my camera, it's gonna, like, disturb her. And she would be sad. And we can't have that. This layer literally nothing. Yeah. Okay, we'll use it. Nah. Okay. Let's go ahead and texturize this guy. I think it's this one. Make it really big. And turn it to black. Huh? Ah? Ah, what? Why? Why is nothing working? Hello? Photoshop? Hello? Is Alt menu on? Alt menu is probably on. We don't need this open. I'm the left leg. I guess not the first time you said that. Luna's tail keeps just smacking me in the arm. And it's both fluffy and distracting. I don't know what's happening here. Yeah, let's just do a new layer. I don't understand. Okay, there we go. There we go. It's good we drew it. Now we can't see any of its form. Don't worry, we'll fix it. Okay, then why are you so fluffy and cute? Sorry, I'm thinking of Ravager now, and my favorite thing was... I think it was Nez who said it, but she was like, I like this guy. It looks like you were trying to take a photo of him, and he moved. My favorite description of Ravager. I feel like Toot also said something similar, but... What's Slicer for this guy's name? That's kind of cool. Shadow Slicer. Slicer makes me think of like... I don't know. It makes me think of the Throwbots. You remember the Throwbots? The Lego things? Anyone young enough to remember that? Ravager is like a hyperactive kid, yeah. The ones with different piece types all together. They're like they were basically the Build action figures. Yeah, kind of like Bionicles before Bionicles existed. I think one was called Slicer. Or maybe it was Robo Riders. Is one of them. There was a Lego, like, Technic thing that was called Slicer. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember if that was a throw. I think it was a Throwbot. They were called something different elsewhere. They had a cooler name outside of America, I think. It probably was like the other name for everyone else. Bionicles were my jam. Dude, you don't understand. I was a Bionicle super fan. Still am. Well, not really. I'm not a super fan anymore. I'm just a normal fan at this point. My super fanness disappeared. I was like on the Bionicle forums. I knew every single Bionicle mask. It's like, actually, that's the Kanohi Ha, which gives you shielding. Like, that was me. Freaking normie. Yeah, now I'm just a Bionicle normie. I'm ashamed of myself. You were real back then. I was real and true and correct. Let's actually open the Ravager. Tuna, why is some of the cards cute, but Ravager is scary? Is Ravager not cute to you? This is a good psychological question. No, it's scary AF. Interesting. That's what I like to call interesting. Everything else is adorable. Good. Throwbots, also known as Slicers. Okay, maybe that's what I was thinking. Slicer. I thought there was in European Australia. Yeah. Lego Technic theme was 2000 or 1999-2000. So it's a name. Is that maybe the Slicers is the? I thought there was one called Slicer. Slicer Lego. I guess there was a Bionicle called the Skull Slicer. I was probably just thinking the Slicers was the other name for the Throwbots, so I guess I was close. That's definitely what I was thinking of, though. Oh wait, hold on. No. The yellow Throwbot. No, that's Slicer. Okay. Correct. Okay, so it was just that. Yes. You're correct. Thank you, Thunder, for solving this mystery. Gonna solve that mystery. I can't remember the tune of the Scooby-Doo song. It's escaping me. Add. An add layer. Doesn't even look like it's adding. It's because the eyes are on top. There we go. Beautiful. You know what? We might actually give it like a... What if we do a glowing mouth as well? What if we do... Honestly, I probably can just use these layers. I don't know. Maybe? Yes or no on the mouth? It's a little too much, like, he needs to, like, be tamed a little bit. Going back too far. Or does it kind of ruin the mouth look? I think it ruins the mouth look. I almost accidentally shut off OBS. Good. All right, let's just paint this. Let's paint the town. And then it'll be good. You can probably make the sky like scaly pink. Magenta. So most of this is brick. Maybe we just go like a few different grays and call it good. Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like I haven't really been a fan of like many things, but Bionicle was definitely one of them. Usually don't like get sucked into a fandom. I'm usually too busy doing my own things and being a fan of my own work, which sounds pretentious, but here we are. Ooh, my second wind is starting to fade. I'm getting tired again. I suppose I have been streaming for, oh, only 3.5 hours. Feels longer than that for some reason. Well, I guess I haven't been streaming as long lately. Haven't had the energy. Whatever's up with that. To be fair, I guess I've been taking more time to just do whatever stuff, my own you know? Which again, I think is like, that's the result of like doing the, or doing my art thing, like the drawing is a result of taking my time to just focus on myself for a minute. So I don't think that's a bad thing. Been too, you know what? No, I'm gonna make this brown, I think. I want to have like a wood color in here as well. You gotta call this such a good final card. Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm a fan. Like I just left the glowing there by accident. All right, let's do like this sort of brown color for the wood. Would I? Would you? Would I? Would you? Would I? Dang, I missed the push-ups. Don't worry. It's been got. Lollipop at the bank chowder. Good call. You got it. You win a prize. What would you like to redeem for the tickets that you've been awarded? What a silly bit. Okay. Follow for the rest of the stream. You got it. Farmer hero. Too late. Follow for the rest of the stream. Besides, you didn't get the award, sir. You didn't guess the reference. I need farmer, but nomad has to exist. Yes. Fill the last 2 hero slots. Yeah, we literally can't have any more heroes after that. There's literally 2 more heroes. We cannot have any more after the 2 heroes. That is the limit. It's the hard limit. We will have reached it. Such a tough decision. They're perfect additions. Yes. I agree. Nomad's actually a good one. Farmer, I'm not 100% sure on, because I'm not 100% sure on the ability itself. One of the biggest things I think AAE needs is effects that help your allies more. Like library, bridge, I guess embassy, kind of. Trading post, like all those are ones that like really we need more like that. Which I almost might even change some effects of cards to make them more co-op focused. Do I have the windows and doors be dark like this? Actually, you know, I'm gonna wait for a second. I wanna, like, I could have light coming out of them instead, but I don't know. You can boost lands, both yours and your allies. Yeah, that could be decent. Actually looks cool without the line art. It's not right without it, but... Well... Hold on. Yeah, I think it looks fine. That's fine. Turtle Keeper. The Keeper of the Turtles. Wait, do we have any duplicate heroes in Harvest? No, we do not. So something would have to be pushed out. The only duplicate heroes we have one in War, which I believe is Assassin. And... No, we have 2 in War, basically. We have Assassin and... Assassin is shared in War and Destruction. No, sorry, War and Altruism. And we have Pyromancer, which is shared in Magic and War. I think Assassin would be removed from from war in lieu of having pyromancer. Sorry, not pyromancer, nomad if we did that. I don't know where farmer would be. Farmer would make the most sense in harvest, but at the same time, I think harvest... Let's just take a look real quick. Harvest would... I just don't think there's really a good spot to put it unless you replace it with like maybe stone golem, but stone golem's really cool. Or maybe if you put it in bard, maybe bard could maybe replace it. I don't know. I don't know where. Yeah, but you can't, like, if you make it so farmer can attack, maybe. But we can't have 2 non-attacking heroes. That would just be too weak. Oh, this is all sorts of messed up. Okay, this is right. You could get rid of merchant, I guess. Merchant could go somewhere else. Who else has merchant? Could go, I don't know. We could do some swapping around, I guess. We could put like merchant in creation instead, maybe. Or I don't know. We're running out of room. I don't know if we have like a spot for farmer. Bard is the big one. Archer is in 2 decks, I believe. No, not anymore. They were, but they're not. Originally, Archer was gonna be in Ultra or in Harvest, but we decided against it because Bard had to be somewhere, and we're like 1 high cost card per thing, so it's either Bard or Archer. Yeah, Bard has a big investment up for Harvest, yeah, so he stays. We don't really, none of these can be removed. Merchant, maybe, but then we have to like reorganize a bunch of things. Well, Golem isn't even vital to tank, to be honest, because you have so many units, but it is vital. It is really nice for the additional land mechanic. I think that's really fun. Honestly, probably what you do is you move merchant to creation, maybe, which doesn't really make much sense, but pyromancer to harvest, shapeshifter to magic. And then like swap trading post and airship, maybe, so we get the trading post combo somewhere. Although airship doesn't necessarily need to be there either. That too. Wait, pyromancer is really important for magic. Not really. You still have spellblade. Rather swap Route of War. Yeah, but Nomad has to go in war. Oh, wait, right. Well, in which case, then, you'd swap... Hold on. Assassin out of Destruction. Probably. But then Shapeshifter doesn't make sense there. Shapeshifter doesn't really make sense in Destruction. So now we're back to square one. We'll have to figure it out. Assuming you have the points to do it. We can make it work. I mean, they don't have to be optimized perfectly, to be fair, but... I mean, basically, it's... Honestly, I prefer... Pyromancer's much better in War than in Magic, to be honest. Because you already have Spellblade, which can kind of work as the same thing as Pyromancer. Pyromancer usually kills itself in the Magic deck. I would think Pyromancer is actually worse in Magic. I would probably do this. Shapeshifter could honestly be in Creation. It is in Creation. That's the thing. I just was moving Shapeshifter around to try to figure out how to free up a space, because we have one free spot in Magic and one free spot in Destruction. Which, I mean, maybe would make more sense to remove Pyromancer from War then instead, and then put Nomad, so we don't have to rework anything there. Yeah, I'm blind, dude. You're good. So it is the same thing, but I feel like Pyromancer is more interesting. Is a lot more interesting in Magic than War. No, I think the other way around. Because War gives it units when attacking, which makes it actually so much more viable. Whereas here, you just draw 20 cards and kill your Pyromancer instantly. Farmer's actually interesting for Magic because it helps with units. That's true. It could just go there. It helps with a... its innate lack of units. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I want to make a... thematically, it makes more sense. My own personal deck, the one that I built... But I don't think I've ever played it, but I did make my own deck. Beats Battle Mage deck. This is my Battle Mage deck. Yeah, but these are pre-built starters. Yeah, you have deck building, exactly. To be honest, though, I'd rather the starter decks be easy, though, you know? I don't know. This is by, my Battle Mage deck. The whole entire thing works around Pyromancer and supplying Pyromancer with units. This doesn't look right, though. No, it is. Draw more cards, be able to allocate units to your Pyromancer when you're gaining units, attack for more, gain more units. So basically, as the Pyromancer attacks, they gain, what, 2 units from here, 1 unit from here, so 3 units when attacking. And then when they kill something, Necromancer and Swamp can use Witch's Hut to allocate the units directly to them. Same with Valley, when you draw a card for... So like Valley draws a card gains a unit when you draw a card, and so Pyromancer also attacks at the same time. So you can use Witch's Hut Valley, Pyromancer to instantly, so whenever you draw a card, your Valley gains a unit, and then you can use Witch's Hut to move that unit to Pyromancer, and then Pyromancer attacks, keeping them from dying. It's kind of a sick combo. So technically War is better, yeah, I agree. Plus my full tank deck could go crazy. I'd probably swap King for Farmer and tank deck. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, there you have it. Is it your favorite deck? I've never used it, to be honest. I just think the combos are pretty cool. And then you can get more Pyromancers by playing Shapeshifter. You can draw more cards. Like you can attack with Wizard and then destroy a card, which draws a card, which makes Pyromancer attack. I just think it's got some cool combos. Anyway, let's finish this thing. I think I'm gonna do a few little like. Okay, first of all, I need to like label some stuff here. This is gonna be the buildings. We definitely have to move things around if we add more cards, but we'll see. She'll see how it works. I'm thinking we do something like sort of like a slight magenta glow over everything. Maybe like soft light. Maybe even not that much, like that. And then honestly, the background might be kind of more magenta-like. I don't know if the ground will be, but we'll get to that in a second. And then we'll probably do on top of that just like a really dark multiply sort of deal. And then like it's probably hard to look at, huh? You know what? Let's do that. Yeah, that's better. That's not the right brush. Actually, I don't think I've been using the right brush, is it? I've been using the wrong brush. 100%. I'm using my old shading brush, not my newer one. I like my newer one much, much better. Both Farmer and Nomad are simple as well, unlike every other card I champion mechanics for. I guess Mermaid is simple. Yeah. Honestly, I have the feeling King might need a rework. It's just complicated in practice. It's not even that complicated. Like it's just confusing to use with altruism, to be honest. So I might just change King completely. I don't know. It might just be one of those ones that we just completely rework. King was the only one I didn't know what mechanics we should have before requesting, and it really shows. It works. It makes sense. It's just, conceptually it works. But I think in practice for a board game, it is difficult. Do I have the... I must. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud here. I don't know what's going on with this drawing yet. I don't know what's happening here. I'm unsure what I'm even doing anymore. Oops. How did I just do what I just did? Weird. Oh, okay. King could be a big unit effect card. Oh, like, yeah, you've been talking about that, and it fits the king better than any other card, honestly. Yeah, maybe something crazy like it doesn't lose units on attack. Well, no, so the thing is, I think the concept is... Oh, yeah, actually, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, sorry. No, I understand what you're saying. I think, like, yeah, the idea is it would empower, like, a bunch of other cards to do... Yeah, I guess that works. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. But the unit requirement is so large that it always gets targeted by attacks anyway. Yeah. Yeah, something like that would be cool. Maybe that is the play there. I have the feeling we will rework some cards to just be like, like completely different, just because it fits the game better. Just be like, we will maybe use this idea later in the future, but even like if it is a good idea, sometimes it's not the right idea for the game. I mean, I don't know what you're doing, and it looks cool. Okay, cool. Anyway, time for me to disappear. No offense, but this is not good eating content, in my opinion. That's fair. It's not super, super engaging. Oh, it's doing that stupid frickin' thing again. I mean, I can't go now because I got a potentially really cool idea for a car. Grr. Okay. I'm gonna have to restart Photoshop though. Like, what the frick? Screw it, let's use the smudge tool. What is it doing? You see that? Like, why is it doing that? All right, save, close, reopen. Save, I did. What if, actually, didn't I do this last time and it was just like, for some reason, the weird layering format? What if a player card had a negative triggered effect? Do we have that? I'm trying to think. The closest thing is the mermaid, where it attacks and then, like, it goes back to your hand, but like that's also a good thing. So I don't know. It's still doing it. It's something to do with some sort of layer ordering issue. No. If I draw a different layer, does it do it? It does. Why you do this to me, Photoshop? No. Y'all are really adding insult to injury, huh? My idea for it was like a queen hero card that causes all cards to lose 1 to 2 units when the queen is destroyed, but the base effect is something like all cards gain 1 unit when the queen gains 2 units. That is really interesting, yeah. It's actually an interesting concept. A card that's really powerful regularly but conditionally that makes it weaker each time it triggers. Yeah. Of course, unit gain by the queen would trigger after unit gain to avoid infinites. Or it could only affect other heroes, right? Also, queen can't attack, duh. Yeah, that is interesting. That's a cool idea. Can this frickin' work? Okay, hold on. Okay, that works. That doesn't. Is it the monster itself? No. It's like any layer below a certain level just doesn't work. Oh, I think I see what it is. Hold on. I think I understand. I get it now. Convert, no. Rasterize layer style. Let's see if this fixes it. I'm willing to bet $1 that this is the problem. Nope. Someone can have my dollar. I'm sorry. It's always pink though. What the frick? What the heckin' frick? Okay. Is it the info slot? Surely not. No. Okay, it has something to do with... What the hell? don't understand Photoshop. Why? Is it the background layer? Oh, it might be the background layer. Okay. Is it because the background layer was locked? Is that really the issue? Don't you love spending $50 a month for a program that's being a beep? Ah, what the frick? There we go. Okay, it's working now. Love it. Money. Are we in ads? We're gonna. I was hoping to get this done before this ad, but any big powerful unit you can think should consider for the King Gun. Since we have so many additional ideas, we don't need to worry about not having room for any potential future patch. Yeah. True. Agreed. You know, I kind of think I like this being darker, which means I need to go to. I think I'm gonna work through the ad, so I apologize. And Maximus, you know, I'm gonna have to challenge you for a second, because you said you would watch me driving down the interstate, and now you can't even watch me eating lunch. I'm starting to question you. I don't know if I believe you anymore. Was it all a lie? I'm just messing with you. Anyway, you're probably already gone. Anyway, actually, maybe it's just the bottom ones are darker and the top ones are lighter. I think that'll work. Might redeem a land next week, by the way, if you don't mind. I mean, that's fine. I don't know how you're gonna redeem 2 heroes and a land, but I really need to do those sit-ups. I'll do them after the ad just in case, because actually I guess it doesn't matter because 2 is subscribed. I'll do them in a second. Is it sit-ups or push-ups? I don't remember. I feel like I've done more push-ups than sit-ups though. Are we liking this? Is this looking good? Do we need, is it too, like, monotone? I won't have enough for 2 heroes, so I'll be picking and choosing. Yeah. Well, technically, I am only allowing one redeem per person. That is technically the rule. So you're gonna have to think it through or get someone else to do it for you, but the point of it is that everyone gets a chance to do whatever they want. So I have 8K. I don't think I'll be redeeming multiple. I don't think, yeah. Hope DDP can help. Indeed. In DDP, you know. In DDP. All right, push-ups, I think, right, too? No, you said you missed push-ups last, so it's gotta be sit-ups. I don't know, I'm gonna do sit-ups. If I redeem a land, I'm thinking something with conditional unit gen like C. Could be interesting. To be honest, I think we need less conditional unit gen lands. Like as far as like game balance goes. But I almost wonder if we do like a different color than magenta to make him stick out more, but I don't know. I kind of like that. Yeah? Do we like purple better? Interesting. Something would simply be better. Problem is a lot of lands are inconsistent, and that can cause some problems. Like you have a land and you draw it and you're like, ah, this is actually doesn't help me. Yeah, okay, we'll go purple. And it kind of goes with the shadow cap kind of thing. Shadow cap. I keep calling it shadow cap. Caplings. Oh, just not that dark. I'm like, why is this not working? It's just not dark. Guess I won't make it too dark by his hand, just so you can still see it. Trying to get some dimensionality to some stuff real quick, and then I think this one's gonna be good. consistently I got you. Maybe an island land where you can bury treasure every turn. It's a thematic angle. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think the problem with, like, there's a lot of lands like, I don't know, like, Valley's cool, but it doesn't get you instant units, right? It's like, oh, I have to have a whole turn to set up Valley because it doesn't get me lands until draw phase again. Because it doesn't count your current draw phase. So, like, stuff like that, you know? Should I make the, like, town lights more, like a different color, too? Maybe make those purples as well. No, I think the pink reflects nicely. Oops. Oops. Maybe just add it back to here. No. And no, because I think the... I think the lights actually have to be different, because the problem with them right now is that they're distracting from the monster itself, I think. There we go. Actually, what if the land gave you a choice between things you can do, like either generate units or let you draw another card, something like that? Maybe, but that might make it better than most other cards. I don't know. Jungle Land would make more sense for consistency. More actually, yeah, I guess I could see that. I always thought about a Jungle Land, but I didn't know what that would be. Significantly more work. Thank you for staying true to your bald. You're welcome. Piece is looking good. Thank you. The City Street Slicer. Ah, it's like a murderer name. Right there. I think that's it, honestly. What do we think? Do I need more than this? I think it being very dark is probably fine. I could maybe imagine doing like a little bit of like pink glow like on the edges where it's like kind of facing, but I don't know. Yeah, it gives a little bit of something. I don't know what the heck's going on over here. Uh-oh. It's a little hard to see what's going on. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Actually, that is something I did with the, what's it called? The other guy, the Ravager. I did give him like a... like a glow around him. And then maybe I just like... what layers? Oh, this layer is what I'm thinking. Let's make it a little less dark. I don't know. I don't know if that works. It does help. Maybe a little less crazy. I can see this thing crawling into town at nights, slicing up victims. It leaves no trace, so authorities actually think it's people. The people east were killed by a serial killer. Maybe something brighter, lines and details showing its form a little more. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a shadow creature though, so it's kind of like hard to figure that out. Likes to take things slow, feed on the despair of the people. I can see it. I'm trying to think how I would do what you're saying, Anonymous. That's kind of cool. So where some of the overlap is, do like a edge light. That is cool. I don't think on the fingers. Oh, why does he keep doing that? Doesn't let me switch to the freaking eraser. I'm trying to think if a blend mode works any better. I also wonder if I do it in purple instead of magenta though. Just like to match the environment rather than its own color. I don't know. Yeah, the magenta I think is cooler. Gives a little more shape. I agree. Maybe if we do just a tiny bit of whatever along the line too. Just make it look a little less harsh. Yeah, I think that's it. Prefer purple. We'll try the purple one more time. Just put these both in a folder and then just go like this, and then purple. All right, purple or magenta? What are we feeling? Maybe some white circles to the eyes to bring attention to them. Yeah, I can see that. What's our vote? Purple or magenta? Kind of indifferent. For a close review of those of you on mobile. Preference? Because of the magenta glow, the purple lighting doesn't make sense. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, we could do all of it. Oh. That's too hazy. Hold on. Hold. Yeah, I guess I'd have to do it for multiple layers here. I could do that, but that feels like almost monochrome, which isn't the worst thing. What's everyone feeling? Yay or nay? Make the environment... It's making the environment colder, yeah. I concur. Posture check, okay. Which I prefer, yeah, makes sense. Time for stretching. You're a hero, indeed. Okay, do we like the purple better? Yeah. All right. Stretch your hands, beast has been working so long, and yes, sit straight like that. Indeed. My favorite hand stretch is this one where you do like the praying and then you just push your hands down. It feels really good on the wrists. Yeah, I guess it's more of a wrist stretch than a hand stretch, but it feels really good. Okay. Hydrate. Thank you. Cheers. Wrists are part of the hands. True. All right. Last vote. I like the white in the eyes. It looks cool. It looks very glowy. But, okay. Do we like the magenta lighting? Or do we want purple lighting? Purple definitely looks more like shadowy, right? Which I think kind of leans into the dark creature darkness thing. But the magenta makes the creature stand out more. So I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted. The purple gives more contrast. Yeah, the purple makes it so the eyes stand out more as well. Like, this makes the creature itself stand out more. Like, you can see its silhouette better. But I think this one makes its eyes stand out more, which is, I guess, I guess it's kind of like the Jaws effect, right? Like, it makes the less you see of the creature, the scarier it is. And this is like, you see its eyes first, and then your brain starts to comprehend what you're actually looking at. So I guess that works. Okay, I'm down. Yeah, good call, Anonymous. Those were good good additions. I think I'm done. Yes, Team Purple. Yippee! Sex in the dark. Leave the room for the imagination to run free. Wild. Thunder's crazy today. Purple makes it feel more silent, stalker, creepy through the streets. I agree. Well, magenta is a force of destruction trudging through town. Yeah. Thunder, you scoundrel. Indeed. Thunder is a scoundrel. Yeah, I agree. This feels more appropriate. Like, it feels more like a scary shadow creature, whereas the other thing seems... I don't know. This is done. We're done. This is the last card. It's over. It's really not over because we have Redeem Week, but we'll redeem the best redeems ever next week. Do it. You won't. Be prepared. I'm prepared. Just a rifle old delinquent. Right. Rife, not rifle, rife. I'm like, what the huh? What's a rifle old delinquent? Thunder saying words I don't understand. I don't understand you. Sorry, I hadn't cleared any of my redeems. There we go. Rife means comment. No, sorry, I just couldn't read. I got you. I love Farmer with all my heart, but beats, we have a condition. Isn't rifle a type of gun or shooting something? Yeah, I just didn't understand. It's rife. I just didn't understand context. He needs to like men. The farmer? I think that's up to you and your headcanon. Tuna just wants a gay farmer. Don't reveal our secrets. What's that? How does that even, you know what? I'm not even gonna ask. Is that Yui's only condition? This farmer must be from Banana Fish. Please. Please, I'm begging you, please. This is my only condition. Oh yeah, I forgot. Beets, no, don't do it. He's a drug farmer. Ah, yes. I've worked for gay farmers before. Okay. It gets weird sometimes. God. All right. Well, anyway. The jokes hit differently. Fair enough. Okay. Well, this is a cool final card. We will have... They posted the official casting for Banana Fish English dub. Nice. Heck yeah. No AI dub. Let's go. They're redoing it without AI. I'm sure. So many people probably put up a big stink. Holy shiz. Anyway. We'll do that. Actually, no, let's do it. Well, yeah, we'll do it right now. What am I at? Push-ups again? Here, full screen. You also can see the kitten in the background. Look at that kitten. Look how fluffy she is. Gotta go. You'll probably be gone soon. Bye. Yeah, I'm doing these push-ups and then I'm probably leaving. Can we implement this card? We still have like last card to implement too. We haven't really implemented any of them. So we're just gonna have to do them all in a batch. I probably should be done today. I gotta eat lunch and I'm 2.5 hours past it. So Kibo music. No, it's not the end because of next week, but let's pretend it is. Yeah, honestly, I don't feel like it's going to feel like it's over until we're done with Redeem Week, but I will make a post on that and we will all figure it out. People okay with AI everywhere, but what? Keeps away from translation dubs. They don't sound good. I think is the problem. Can I pretty please recommend someone for a raid? For sure. I would love that. In a week, we'll give AE development an official farewell. I mean, I don't think that's definitely not true. Because, okay, we will still work on AE development. It's not going to be the end of AE, but it will be the end of stuff we're adding. We're done adding stuff. Basically, let's go over the plan one more time. Well, actually, we're still gonna have, let's talk long-term AE and not just the next few weeks real quick, and then we'll move on. Obviously the next few weeks, we're literally done with this. The cards are done. So next week, the idea was we'll have a cart redeems, 1 week of redeem time, less expensive player cards, limit one per person. You can't do more than one to redeem. If you wanted to do that, you should have done it months ago. Mechanics, we gotta implement all these cards. We gotta rework Neth and Bogatet. We gotta add, I think we're gonna add a rule in the rule books for disabled, and then reword all the cards so it doesn't have like disabled till the end of next turn, blah 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 blah. Like we say, we have too many. It's like it's so much wording that we can just remove if we just say how long the length of a disable is, and it's already pretty consistent. Unit effects I want to remove. The like, if this land has X number of units on it, just remove that and just say unit symbol 10. Right? Like, I feel like that's fine. And then general gameplay fixes basically from the playtesting and stuff. That's next week. The week after will probably be the same because we have to add the new cards that we're going to be drawing. We'll probably draw the cards as we get them next week as well. So we'll see how much like actual time we have. And then, you know, getting the update out. Those are like, that's basically this week and next week. After that, we'll probably take a break from it and do something. But after that, it's just playtest, 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 playtest until we playtest. And then following playtest, it will be, you know, revisions, right? We'll go through the game. Okay, this was broken. This didn't work, blah, blah. Let's put new updates in there. Let's do revisions on that. This card doesn't work anymore, whatever. Let's fix these mechanics. So it's going to be solely like mechanics focused, which means I'll probably try to do a lot more playtesting with y'all, like in the actual Discord server and stuff. Maybe even like taking Sunday streams and being like, it's not a live Twitch stream and like maybe just a Discord stream where we like playtest or something like that. So that might be a way we do it, where I'll just like, maybe I'll have the stage on Discord, kind of like how we did the playtests for the game jam. Maybe we'll just do playtests there though. Maybe we'll do that, assuming people are comfortable enough with it. So yeah, but it will be, this does next week. Once all the redeemed cards are done, it will be the end of adding content to the game, if that makes sense. So here we are. This is a perfect song to end it. Bittersweet, yes. What? Kyrosifer? What? I don't know what you're saying, Yui. Help. Oh, that's the person to raid. Okay, understood. Sorry, it took me a second. Well, yeah, I'll be playing AE for the rest of my life. It's never ending. You know what would be crazy if you do an ultimate form of Neth in the future, if you had to give him his own deck. Or, oh, you said... Oh. You know what would be crazy? You said you'd have an ultimate form of Neth in the future if you had to give him his own deck. The original crystal... Raj. Then the newer one would be true form, and the true form summons two crystal... Crystal Mirage? So a god that summons two other mini gods. They'd be nerfed. Interesting. Okay, I see what you're saying. That'd be interesting. Yeah. Pretty cool. Yay. Can y'all teach me how to play this? Cause I kind of just watch the art and the process, and y'all playing. Heck yeah. I do have the whole, how to play video on my YouTube. So that's like a great way to start, but I would be happy to do, like I said, like play testing and teaching people how to play the game. Yes, need to play with someone ASAP anyways. Yeah, do you have Tabletop Simulator now? Or are you still doing off of whatever it's called? Anyway, that's that. Let's so that's the plan, right? We're gonna have to do a lot of play testing and revising and that kind of stuff. And then there will, after that, after we're happy with the game and maybe kind of during, we'll all have to do packaging and stuff. I'll probably make deck boxes for each deck. And then also, we will also have to do, I mean, that's basically it. Deck boxes and like maybe a starter pack kind of deal, but that'll probably just have the stuff you would need from different packs in order to, like, just a few packs and maybe like a board, maybe, I don't know. No, it's on my wish list though. I'll be getting it next time it's on sale because I can run it. Heck yeah. Barely, but I can. Yeah, if you turn the settings down, I'm sure it's fine. I think there's a way you can like turn off 3D mode on Tabletop Simulator, which probably makes it run decently well. Isn't there like a crazy like graphics? I thought I found something the other day which like turns off like 3D, and I was like, that's wild. Oh, instead of having real, you do pure. Which turns off just like textures, which is really weird. I guess it's just a visual mode, but I'd assume running it without textures would make it better. Anyway, okay, let's go back to here. And let's, look at that kitten. Look at her over there. She's so fluffy. She's a little throw pillow. All right, let's find this, this person Yui recommended. Oh, and then we will leave. Kai right. Yosifer? A bigger person. Playing Fields of Mysteria. Interesting. Cool, cool. There's a thing that sucks, needs 4 gigabytes of RAM, which is how much I have. Yeah. Tabletop Simulator can be RAM hungry for no reason. They just, in theory, they're improving it though, I think. I don't know if they did that yet, but they're doing like optimization things on it to help it work better, so. Yeah, see, a good stream, indeed. It was a good stream, we did it. I'll be posting an announcement on Discord, hopefully today. That lets everyone know that this is the last week they can redeem stuff, or next week is the last week they can redeem stuff. So, Team of such good music. Wow, indeed. I'm just making sure this is the correct person. Kai Ro 5. Yeah, that's got to be it. A VTuber dude person. Assume it's a dude. Could be wrong. Could be a lady with short hair. Definitely dude. Okay. Okay, bye beats. Goodbye. It was fun. I will see you all later. We're gonna raid out. Do I have anything else to say? think that's it. I think that's all. Goodbye. Watch a lot of VTubers. VTubers are cool. What can you say? You know? Here we go. Anyway, see y'all later. Have a good one. And I will see you in the Tuesday. Goodbye. Farewell. Ow, I punched my mic. Goodbye. Sorry, we have to wait 10 seconds. Classic. Goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.
Using crafting recipes. Shit, I want to take this with me, but there's the water in the bucket. Sorry, you'll just have to stay until I need you. Beats Creation, thank you so much.